Good to go. So, once again, good morning, everyone. Okay, so on behalf of the University of the West Indies, specifically the Graduate Studies Office and also the Mona Associate of Postgraduate Students, I'd like to welcome you to the Inter-Campus Postgraduate Debate Series. So just give yourself a round of applause for just being here. So my name is Shaquille Benti, and if I look like a familiar face, it's because I once held the office of the postgraduate president or the postgraduate representative, depending on which campus you are from. And in that time, I would have been a part of the postgraduate debates, and of course, I would have won. So one thing that I want to note that today is about ideas, today is about scholastic development, today is about engaging conversation, and of course, the beautiful, I would say, sport that we engage in, that is debate, that provokes thought-provoking action, and we just want to engage in some beautiful discussion today. Without further ado, I'm going to welcome the first special guest that will be bringing greetings, the president of the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students and the host campus, Mr. Martinil Bartley.
All right, so good morning, everyone. So, my distinguished Pro-Vice Chancellor for Grad Studies and Research, Professor Algie Henry Lee. Acting Director of Graduate Studies and Research, Professor Maxine Gus Williams. Fellow postgrad presidents, our esteemed judges and adjudicators. Moderator Shaquille Benti, delegates, participants, and members of the wider university community. Good morning. It's my distinct honor as the president of the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students to welcome you to the Inter-Campus Postgraduate Debates Competition 2026. Today is more than the start of a competition. It's a gathering of Caribbean intellect, a meeting of minds across campuses, disciplines, territories, united by one purpose, the pursuit of knowledge through dialogue. At this postgrad level, learning evolves. We move beyond merely memorizing answers and begin to ask the harder questions. Questions about governance, development, identity, innovation, and the future of our region. Debates become one of the most powerful tools we possess, as it teaches us not to only speak well, but how to listen, how to reason, and how to challenge ideas responsibly. When we all come together, we demonstrate something fundamental about the university. Separated by geography, we still remain united in purpose. Throughout the day, discussions will unfold, and they are not merely about academic exercises. They are rehearsals for leaderships. Many of the voices in these rooms will go on to shape policies, influence research, lead institutions, and transform communities across the region. And so I encourage our participants to engage boldly, yet respectfully. And to our judges and adjudicators, we thank you. To our organizing teams across campuses, your collaborations reflects the very spirit of regional integration that UAE is championing. And so each and every postgraduate student present today, remember this: postgraduate education carries responsibility. We don't simply inherit the future. We are key stakeholders who will help to design it. As we officially begin, let this competition stand as a reminder of what intellectual exchange, when guided by respect, curiosity, and shared regional vision, can do. Now, on behalf of the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students and the University of the West Indies Mona campus. I warmly welcome you all and officially declare the inter-campus postgraduate debates now open. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bartley. We'll now be having the national anthem, so I'm just going to invite all members to stand as we have the national anthem of Jamaica. You may be seated. So the beautiful thing about the inter-campus debates, it encapsulates the entire region. And the first person to bring us remarks today is the Pro Vice Chancellor of Graduate Studies and Research, Professor Audrey Henry Lee, and she hails from the beautiful island of St. Lucia.
Good day, distinguished judges, colleagues, coaches, students, alumni, and friends of the University of the West Indies. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to this One UE debate competition convened on a motion that is both timely and consequential. This House would allow CARICOM to improve economic sanctions on member states that fail to implement agreed regional policies, end of quote. This is precisely the kind of motion that reflects the highest ideals of university education. It demands critical thinking, ethical reasoning, evidence-based argumentation, and a deep engagement with the political economy and governance challenges of our Caribbean region. These debates are not simply about winning points or perfecting rhetoric. They are about sharpening the intellectual tools our students need to interrogate data, power, policy, and regional integration. These annual debates help us to fulfill our strategic goal, AC3, enhance the quality of teaching, learning, and student development, and also AC4, increase the quality and quantity of high-impact research. From a teaching and learning perspective, competitions such as these are invaluable to the university. They bring theory to life. Students move beyond lecture halls and textbooks to actively apply knowledge drawn from economics, law, political science, history, sociology, etc. They learn to listen carefully, to challenge respectfully, to argue persuasively, and most importantly, to change their minds when confronted with stronger evidence, if possible. These are core graduate attributes of a UWI education and essential competencies for leadership in the Caribbean and beyond. This debate also embodies the One UE vision. It brings together students from across our campuses in a shared intellectual space, reminding us that we may compete fiercely. We may do so as one academic community, united by a commitment to excellence, to regional relevance, and public service. Now, It would be impossible to proceed without acknowledging excellence where it is due. The Mona campus team has built a formidable legacy in debating, demonstrating consistency, discipline, and an admirable admirable culture of preparation. That record deserves recognition and respect. Excellence should always be celebrated at the UWI. At the same time, let me say clearly to the teams from the other campuses, this competition belongs to all of you. History is not destiny. Every great tradition begins with a moment when someone decides that they need to raise the bar, to prepare harder, to think deeper, and to believe that victory is possible. I encourage you to step up confidently, to bring your distinctive campus perspectives and to challenge the status quo, not just in this debate, but in the wider intellectual life at the university and outside in the Caribbean societies. And to Mona, continue to excel, but never become complacent. True excellence is not measured only by how often you win, but by how well you push others and yourselves to a higher standard. As you debate today, remember the motion before you is not hypothetical. The future of the CARICOM region and CARICOM itself depends on our collective ability to balance sovereignty with accountability, solidarity with enforcement, and ideals with implementation. These are the very debates that will shape regional policy in the years ahead, and some of the voices in this room will one day be part of those decisions. I thank the organizers, the coaches, the sponsors, the judges who will make this competition possible. And I commend all the students for your courage, your preparation, and commitment to intellectual excellence. I wish all teams a rigorous, respectful, and inspiring debate. May the best arguments prevail. May the spirit of one UE continue to guide us. I'm sorry that I won't be with you because I'm in South Carolina meeting with university officials, but I wish the very best to everyone. And I look forward to listening to the debates as much as I can. All the very best. Thank you.
Oh. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. I must bring apologies on behalf of Professor Maxine Gazelle-Williams, who is the Acting Director of Graduate Studies and Research, but in her stead, we'll be having two-time winner of the Intercampus Postgraduate Debates, Mr. Javon Henry, who is currently an econ lecturer here and pursuing his doctorate studies, just to bring a small greetings to the contingent.
Good morning, everyone. I think you're really testing my skills as a debater by putting me on the spot. But I'm really happy on behalf of the faculty and staff here on the ground here at the Mona campus to welcome you to our campus. I hope that you enjoy the debates, but also enjoy the duration of time that you will be here with us. If the culture of intercampus debate remains what it is, I'm sure the host team will have much more activities in addition to the rigorous debate to keep you occupied and want you to visit Jamaica more often. I'm very happy to see that the competition has expanded. When I won first 10 years ago, 2016, and again in 2017, it was 4 teams. Now we have a 5th team, so extremely excited that 5 islands have joined us. And that, yes, special welcome. And I know that Professor Justin Robinson is probably waiting to hear the scores as we go along. He was here with us last week, and we had a great time as well. So I'm going to try to enjoy at least the first part of the debate before I have to run to do my regional duties in educating the youngsters. But I hope you have wonderful debates, and I look forward to hearing it. And enjoy the Mona campus. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So without further ado, we get into some very interesting and important introductions. So once you hear your team's name, I'm going to invite the president of the respective associations to come up and introduce your team and their coach, where it applies. So first-time participants, the 5 islands, I'm going to ask President Kimon Drago. Hopefully I pronounce it well. If not, I'll get it better for the next time. But I'm going to ask you to come up and just introduce your team to the audience.
Good day, everybody. Let me follow the previous speaker speaking about putting on the spot. I was not aware I was supposed to be up here doing an introduction. Well, as you know, 5 Islands is the baby of the siblings. We have just crossed the 5-year mark. Our post-grad population is just around 132, 134, give or take. Our population makeup is mostly mature students, with only about 3 students being underneath the age of 25, and we have at least 5 persons above the age of 55. So we're learning from the other campuses. We're taking the good parts. We are observing what went wrong so we don't go in the same pitfall. So I would like to thank the other campuses for being our mentors and guiding us as we go into a more mature campus. So it's our first time entering the competition. I think about 2 years ago we were just observers and did not participate. So with me, I brought a team of very intelligent, enthusiastic, and eager to show what they can do among the big boys, the Cave Hills, the Mona, the Global, and unfortunately St. Augustine is not here, but maybe next time. So we have, let me start at the front. We have Mr. Cedric Park. Stand up. He is one of the debaters. We have Mr. Jake Taylor, which I'm pretty sure will leave an impression on everybody's minds by the time he is finished speaking. We also have Miss Michelle Page, which is a debater also. And we have, you know, the diva herself, our coach, Miss Odyssia Nichols. She has been pushing the team tirelessly. Up to last evening, she had them, you know, grilling, counter, for, against, in between, sideways, everything. And she has really pushed them, so whatever the outcome is, we would be very satisfied with the efforts that we have put in. And whatever knowledge and experience that we gain here, we'll certainly take it back home. And just know that next year, you know, it's not going to be a competition. Just give us the trophy after this. Okay. Anyways, looking forward to listening to everybody's argument and being a critique on the side, because I was disqualified from debating. But anyways, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, President Drago. Next up, we'll be having the last edition of the competition's host from the newly revised Global Campus Association of Postgraduate Students, and I'm going to invite President Shanicia Smart to come and introduce her team.
I know I'm short, sorry. Hi, a pleasant good morning, everyone. My name is Shanicia Smart. I am originally from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. With me, I have 2 coaches because we come prepared all the time. And I have 3 debaters. I'm not sure of the number of postgraduate students because we do have a lot of postgraduate students with Global Campus. I know this semester there were 233 persons that registered, and 90% of them was from the St. Vincent side, so big up St. Vincent. To get to it, I'll call my debaters. Actually, 2 of the debaters are on the Association of Postgraduate Students. With me, I have my vice president, who is a debater, Mrs. Marissa Morgan. I also have with me my director of projects, Mr. Ricardo Whiteley. another seasonal debater, Ms. Shomel Hodge. I have my coach, Dr. Renetta Peters Morris, and my assistant coach, Mr. Rayan Walters, who was the guild president for Global in 2018, I believe. 19, 19, yes. We are very looking forward to an insightful debate, looking forward to crushing 5 islands today. So it's G for Global.
Shots fired, man. Shots fired. Thank you, President Smart. So, we're going to have the last edition's runners-up from the Cave Hill Association of Postgraduate Students, President Tion Seeley, to come up and introduce his team. I heard they're very prepared.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Tion Seeley. I am the president of CHAPS, and I'm really glad to be here today to introduce my team. So let's get going. So first, I have my Faculty of Culture, Creative, and Performing Arts rep, Mr. Dial Boxell, one of my debaters. Next, I have Ms. Sharice Gift, another debater. And my final debater is Mr. Kashawn Waldron. And lastly, my coach, Mr. Alan Splant, the Guild Vice President. And also, Alan was the assistant coach when the competition was in St. Kitts in 2024. That led us to the runners-up. We secured second place, and we're hoping to take home first place this time. So my team and I, we've come prepared, we're ready, and we're looking forward to a great competition over the next 2 days. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, President Seeley. And now to introduce 8-time consecutive champions of the Intercampus Postgraduate Debate Competition, none other than the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students. The president, you've heard from him already, Mr. Martinil Bartley.
All right, so I'm back. And as we're here to defend our long-standing title, I'll say no more. The debate will show for itself. I'll introduce my team right now. Firstly, we have Ms. Peter Gay Ferguson. Thank you. Following again, Ms. Peter Gay Hodges. Yes, there are 2 Peter Gays on our team. Our researcher, Ms. Gabrielle Jarrett. And our captain and 2-time guild president, Ms. Omolora Wilson. Additionally, our coaches, Tejana Taylor, as well as Mr. Trevon Fletcher.
Okay, thank you so much. And now we're going to introduce our judges and adjudicators for today. I have their biographies because they're very respected and talented and well-versed people in the art of debate. They're from the Jamaica Association for Debating and Empowerment, JADE Limited, and trust me, once I read the bio, you understand why they will critique and they will give you your recommendations where necessary, but trust me, you're going to get the proper information on why we chose them for this debate. So, firstly, I'd like to introduce Mr. Jermaine Barrett, who is widely regarded as the father of Jamaican debating, and he is the founder and executive director of Jade Limited. He has represented the University of Technology as a debater at the World University Debate Competition on 4 occasions, respectively in Botswana, the Philippines, Germany, and India. He subsequently returned to the WDC, serving as chair and breaking adjudicator in the Netherlands in 2017, Mexico 2018, and Panama in 2025. He's Jamaica's most accomplished international adjudicator. Let me say that one more time if you didn't hear. He's Jamaica's most accomplished adjudicator, international adjudicator. Most recently, earning the distinction as being a chair and breaking adjudicator at the prestigious Cambridge and Oxford InterVarsity debate tournaments. Not only this, he has been instrumental in spreading debating across the Pan-American region and throughout Jamaica, setting up partnerships and exchanges with Morehouse College, University of West Georgia Rollins College, and Cornell University, amongst others. Locally, over the past 5 years, Barrett has been chief adjudicator or convener of the Pan American Universities Debating Competition, Jade National Collegiate Debating Competition, Jade College Cup, Jade Debate Academy and Open, and the Burger King National Secondary Schools Debate Competition. He's an NCU Invitational Debate Series and the Series Programs Director for the Debate Mate Jamaica. Without further ado, Mr. Jermaine Barrett. Next up, we have Mr. Ravon Thomas Matthews, the current Special Projects Manager within JADE. He's a multi-award winning debater and one of Jamaica's most respected adjudication leaders. Having served as chief adjudicator for numerous tournaments, including the JCSA High Schools Debate Competition, JPS Power Up Debate Competition, MLCA Debate Competition, Scotiabank Debates, Burger King National Secondary Schools Debates, and multiple JADE-owned events such as the National Debaters Week, Zonal Invitationals. A dominant competitor throughout his debating career, Ravon has won all major local tournaments, including the NCDC, Eagles Debates, and the Jamaica Debate Academy and Open. He represented Jamaica as a debater in the WDC Thailand and was later invited to adjudicate at WDC Panama, an acknowledgement of his adjudicative excellence. Notably, he was awarded by JADE the title of Male Adjudicator of the Year for 2026. Remember, so the year just started, by the way, so you have to understand, that's talent already. Underscoring his standing within the national circuit. He also teaches debate and public speaking workshops and coaches several debate teams across the island, leading them to victories in several tournaments. Thank you again, Mr. Ravon Thomas Matthews. Okay, now, I think I asked his name a lot of times, so it might sound easier to pronounce. But next up we have Diego Nelson. A standout figure within Jamaica's tertiary debating landscape, Diego has distinguished himself through a consistent, high-level performance as both a debater and adjudicator. Diego holds the national title of Male Debater of the Year for the Tertiary Division in 2025. His achievements include winning the National Collegiate Debating Championship, where he was also awarded second best debater of the entire competition, the best debater at the JDAO in 2025, and winning the Taylor Hall Blue and White Debate Invitational. Let me tell you, the Taylor Hall Blue and White Debate Invitational is a very, very serious competition because Taylor Hall is no joke hall, by the way. So put your hands together for that. His competitive record reflects not only skill, but discipline, methodical approach to argumentation that has positioned him among Jamaica's most formidable tertiary debaters. In addition to his competitive accomplishments, Decar Diego has established himself as a respected adjudicator. He has served as Deputy Chief Adjudicator for the JCSA High Schools debates, earning commendations for his well-crafted motions and his clarity in adjudicative leadership. He has been a consistent judge across numerous JADE programs, demonstrating fairness, sharp analytical capacity, and a strong grasp of adjudication standards. His commitment to capacity building is further reflected in his role as assistant coach for UTEC debate team, where he contributes to developing the next generation of competitive speakers. Decar Diego's combination of intellectual rigor, adjudicative experience, and competitive excellence makes him an invaluable addition to the PSDC 2026 CAP. His leadership as the Deputy Chief Adjudicator will strengthen this tournament at the inter-campus debate competition, postgraduate debate competition, the tournament's quality, consistency, and its integrity. Please welcome Mr. Decar Diego Nelson. Ooh, that one was a mouthful. You see how talented our adjudicators and judges are. So without further ado, we're going to transition into the first debate. And the first debate, interestingly, is a repeat of the last final. So we're going to be having the Cave Hill Association of Postgraduate Students versus the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students. So I now welcome both teams to take their position. I don't know which is which. Who's proposing? When I get who's proposing? Who's proposing? So let's give us a second. So the judges will tell us who is proposing or which side of the argument both teams are on. Today's the chief judge for the first match will be none other than Jermaine Barrett. So I believe there will be a little bit of discussion just to break down the rules and the mood of the debate, and then you will know exactly which side to sit on. So I'm going to have the adjudicators, the judges, and Mr. Barrett himself to just speak to the team and understand. So I'll just invite both teams to just sit back down, sit nearby, and then we'll get this show rolling. I think that works. That works. That works. That works.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, and I just want to highlight some particularly special persons here with us, not just my judges here, but also Javon Henry. You'd have just heard him speak before, but little do you know that Javon also wears the hat of Director of JADE. A round of applause for our director, please. We also have here Calicia T. Vassell. And of course, Calicia, you must be proud that I reference your T, right? Calicia T. Vassell is the programs manager of JADE. And with her as well is Joshua Atkins, deputy programs manager for our training and development portfolio. Yes. Matthew White as well is here. He's a wellness support specialist in G. So Jade is here in its numbers, and also he's the president of the Mona Debating and Public Speaking Society. A round of applause, please, for all those very special persons. I just want to say quickly that Jade is delighted to be here as a part of this postgraduate debate competition for 2026. Jade has a mandate to promote debating not just in Jamaica, but across the Caribbean. And this is an excellent opportunity for us to achieve that mandate. All right, so I will now speak about the format of the debate. Then I will turn over to my colleague adjudicator, Ravon, who will go through the process of deciding who proposes and who opposes in this debate. The format of the debate competition is the World Schools debate format. In this format, a team comprises 3 debaters, and there are 2 teams. One team called the proposition team or side government, and the other team called the opposition team or side opposition, yes. Now, each speaker in the debate will present a substantive speech not exceeding 8 minutes and 15 seconds. It's 8 minutes and 15 seconds. So you'll have 8 minute speeches, 8 minutes and 15 seconds speeches coming from the proposition team and that from the opposition team. 3 of those speeches. Then the debate will continue thereafter with the reply speakers. The reply speakers will be the first speaker, be it the Prime Minister, that's the first proposition speaker, or the leader of the opposition returning to deliver a 4-minute reply speech. We'll hear the opposition reply speech first, followed by the proposition reply speaker's presentation. All right? Debaters, you have periods of protected time. So the first and last minutes of your speech are protected from points of information. So Diego Nelson will double up as our timekeeper. He will give a signal to indicate that you've spoken for 1 minute. Another signal will indicate that you have 1 minute remaining. You'll get 2 signals as 2 dings of the bell, yes, signaling that you have spoken for 8 minutes, and then continuous dinging of the bell, signaling that you have consumed 8 minutes and 15 seconds. All right? We will have the debate commencing with the presentation from the Prime Minister. Then that's the first proposition. Then the leader of the opposition. Then the Deputy Prime Minister. Then the Deputy Leader of the opposition. Then the government member. Then the opposition member. And then we'll continue with the opposition leader returning to deliver the reply speech. And that's the leader of the opposition, of course. And then, of course, we'll conclude the debate with a 4-minute speech from the Prime Minister delivering the proposition's reply. Okay? Of note, no points of information are allowed in the final reply speeches. So those 4-minute speeches, we shield them from points of information. No points of information are to be asked, none are to be accepted. In terms of points of information, we anticipate that each speaker will accept at least 1, but if you accept 2, assuming that 3 points of information are asked. All right? I'm sure the debaters are very much aware as to what is a point of information and are probably aware of all the other rules. Are there any questions, debaters? I do not hear any questions. So I believe I will turn over now to Ravon, who will now facilitate the draw. So it is recommended that you accept at least 1 point of information, assuming that 3 are asked. At least 1, yes, yes. There's no automatic penalty if you don't accept any. It's just strongly recommended. Oh, per speaker, sorry. Per speaker. Ravon.
All right. Can we have both teams up on the stage, please? I have in my possession the coin of truth. This coin is going to determine who will be proposing and who will be opposing. So we have this cave hill and maps. Heads or tails? All right, so it worked out. So you want heads and you want tails. All right? So we'll flip the coin. Whoever it lands on will be proposition. Fair? It's a 50-50 chance. But it's a 50-50 chance either way, right? Whoever... All right, we'll do it that way then. So whoever wins the coin toss will get to choose. All right? So you are heads and tails. Can we have an independent assessor, please? Yes. All right. Ready? It is on tails. And your decision? Proposition? And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
So the teams have 30 minutes to huddle? 30 minutes to huddle? So I'm told the teams have 30 minutes to huddle now that it... So I'm told... Camera. So, yes. So both teams will now have 30 minutes to huddle, to discuss and go through their arguments, and then execute. So we're just going for a little short break. And if you're just joining us, this is the Intercampus Postgraduate Debates. I wasn't briefed on that. I believe the coaches get to huddle with them. I believe the coaches get to huddle with them. Yes. Yeah, let's allow it. No? Okay, so no. So let them know. President, let Mona know that no coaches can't huddle with them. That's what I'm being told. We're giving it 2 minutes as back pay huddle. Yeah, nice to meet you. Yes, yes, Tush. Come over more. Cool. Okay, so welcome back to the intercampus postgraduate debates. We had both teams, which is the Cave Hill Association of Postgraduate Students versus the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students. A repeat of last year's finals. They've been given the moot. They've been told which side they are on the moot. And now, without further ado, I'm going to turn over to our adjudicators, who will then allow them to be introduced and to go to which side they are, and we'll then begin the debate.
Here, here. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to get our debate started. But before we do, let us be introduced to our debaters. So we have two teams, the Caveville Association for Postgrad Students, and they're going up against, they're on side proposition. They're going up against the Mona Association of Postgrad Students, and they are in opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now get to meet our debaters, beginning with the proposition team. Please introduce yourselves in the order which you'll be presenting. Oh, sorry, yes, you please do take your seats. So the proposition will sit to my left and the opposition my right. All right, so now that our debaters are seated, we can now be introduced to them. So we now invite the proposition team, that's the Caveville Association of Postgraduate Students, to introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cherise Gift, and I will be the first presenter for the Cave Hill team. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Keishawn Waldron, a part of the Cave Hill team. My master's is in business analytics, right? So this topic is definitely going to be one of the things that is going to be close. I definitely look forward to both sides. But for the proposition, we definitely going to be cooking something. So we're looking forward to be hearing what the opposition has in store.
Good morning, Daniel Botzel. I am the third speaker on case defense.
All right, thank you very much, Cave Hill. Now to the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students. Team opposition. Let's have you introduce yourselves.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Peter Gay Ferguson, opposition leader.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Gay Hodges. I am the second speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Omalora Wilson, and I'm the opposition member.
Thank you very much. And I am Jermaine Barrett, the chair of this debate. With me on the panel are two decorated gentlemen, Ravon Thomas Matthews, he sits to my left, and Decardigo Nelson to my right. Decardigo will also double up as our timekeeper. I'm going to now invite Ravon to announce the motion. The teams have already been briefed as to the rules. So after we've heard the motion, we'll begin the debate with the presentation from the Honorable Prime Minister.
The motion before us today reads, this House believes that the adoption of AI and automation in Caribbean economies should be deliberately slowed to protect employment and social stability. Once more, this House believes that the adoption of AI and automation in Caribbean economies should be deliberately slowed to protect employment and social stability.
We now call upon the Prime Minister from Cave Hill to open the debate. Hear, hear.
Will I get a signal when the time starts? Okay. Just confirming everyone can hear me clearly. Okay, great. Mr. Moderator, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, judges, good day to you all. The motion before the House today states that this House believes that the adoption of AI and automation in Caribbean economies should be deliberately slowed to protect employment and social stability. For the purposes of this debate, AI and automation refer to the widespread deployment of artificial intelligence systems, machine learning tools, and automated technologies that replace or significantly reduce human labor across key sectors. Notice the words deliberately slow. We do not mean banning or rejecting technology altogether, Mr. Moderator. No, of course not. We're not savages. Rather, we mean a cautious, regulated, and phased approach to adoption, one that prioritizes human capital development, job protection, and institutional readiness before large-scale implementation. We are admonished by the Holy Bible, and permit me to quote from it, Mr. Moderator, in the book of Ecclesiastes, that the race is not to the swift, but time and chance happen to them all. When you are steering a small boat through rough seas, wisdom does not lie in speeding up. It lies in carefully navigating the waves as the sailors of old. I begin with this first argument in favor of the motion. AI should be slowed to firstly facilitate the training of workers who will be displaced by automation. Let me begin. The Caribbean is not Silicon Valley. We are not Germany, and we are most definitely not the Republic of South Korea. Our economies are service-heavy, labor-dependent, and micro, small, and medium enterprise-driven. According to a study by the International Labour Organization, over 60% of employment in many Caribbean states is concentrated in sectors most vulnerable to automation, such as retail, tourism, transport, and basic administrative services. In Barbados, tourism directly and indirectly employs 1 in 3 workers. In lovely Jamaica, where we currently stand, informal and semi-formal employment dominates. According to a study by the World Bank conducted in 2024, statistics show that 70 to 75% of persons in Latin America and the Caribbean are employed in the service sector. This is the vast majority of the jobs driving the economies of our small island developing states. Let me break it down for you, Mr. Moderator. We're talking about the call center agent from your digital office in Kingston, the flight reservation agent at Caribbean Airlines, or perhaps the receptionist at your favorite dentist office in Castries. These are real people. People with livelihoods, people with mouths to feed, debts to clear, many of whom are already living paycheck to paycheck on minimum wage. As the Calypsonian, the mighty shadow said, Mr. Moderator, poverty is hell. Further studies by the World Bank, in collaboration with the International Labour Organization, state that 26 to 38% of jobs will be affected by AI. That's a large number. This includes complete automation and the creation of new work streams, such as digital services and fintech. If AI and automation are adopted too quickly, many workers in routine office jobs across the Caribbean, such as administrative staff, receptionists, call center agents, risk being displaced before they are ready for alternative work. You cannot replace a hotel receptionist with a chatbot on Monday and expect them to become a machine learning engineer by Friday. That does not make sense. I don't accept it. Can I continue? You cannot automate customs processing and then ask displaced workers to upskill when training systems are underfunded and already overstretched. To move too quickly is not innovation. It is economic whiplash. Although AI shows potential to boost productivity in some jobs, nearly half of these productivity gains will be unrealized because of infrastructure and limitations in skills.
Point of information. Point of information.
I reject the point of information. The real barrier in the Caribbean is not technology. It's gaps in skills. We are not anti-AI, but the facts show that majority of gainfully employed workers are unprepared, ill-equipped, and ill-trained for rapid AI adoption in our workplaces. According to the OECS, in countries like St. Lucia, 40% of employers report that the skills and education of workers hinder competitiveness with international counterparts because qualifications do not match modern labor market demands. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 50% of job vacancies requiring skilled workers remain unfilled due to lack of qualified applicants. We can train machines all we want, but if our people are not trained to work with them, productivity gains disappear into a workforce that's being left behind.
Point of information.
I accept the point of information.
Isn't slowing down AI adoption just delaying our economic progress then?
Progress that destabilizes our workforce is not progress at all. It's just regression with better branding. We cannot sacrifice social stability under the guise of economic progress. At what cost? I will continue. A 2025 Bridging the Gap report published by the Jamaica Observer found that nearly 70% of Caribbean employers believe their teams lack the skills needed to succeed in an AI-driven economy. History teaches us this lesson repeatedly. From the sugarcane plantations of the 1700s to structural adjustment programs in 2026, externally driven efficiency reforms have too often made, I reject. Externally driven efficiency reforms have too often made social stability a sacrificial lamb on the altar of economic progress. Progress that destabilizes our workforce is not progress at all. The opposition may say, if we slow down, we will fall behind. But behind whom and at what cost? Tools without training are useless. In all honesty, Mr. Moderator, I believe that transitioning too rapidly into AI and automation is an irresponsible, preposterous, and egregious idea. It is akin to setting sail backwards into a Euroclydon of a storm on a little dinghy of a boat and somehow expecting to survive. Mr. Moderator, the old people in Tobago have a saying, when you see a neighbor house catch a fire, what's your own? AI is not a distant flame. It is licking at our doorstep right now, and the only way to move forward is slowly and responsibly. I yield.
We thank the Honorable Prime Minister for opening this debate. We now invite the leader of the opposition, who hails from the Mona side, team opposition, to open the case on behalf of the opposition side. Hear, hear.
Check, check.
Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, members of this honorable House, good morning. I rise to oppose the motion before this House today, but before I proceed, I must briefly rebut the Prime Minister's assertion clearly sits on bias. AI automation does not necessarily replace human tasks. What it does is that it assists and enhances effectiveness in human operations, and we cannot deny that. For example, the opening of the Prime Minister's speech, ChatGPT, right? My dear. If the PM wishes to talk about history, we have seen 4 revolutions: industrial revolution, mobile revolution, internet revolution, and soon AI and automation revolution. Will we continue to be the donkey that is left behind in this Caribbean region? Let us review this motion again. This House believes that the adoption of artificial intelligence and automation in the Caribbean economies should be deliberately slowed to protect employment and social stability. Mr. Speaker, as opposition, we define this motion as a call for intentional government intervention to slow productivity-enhancing technology in an already fragile, small, open economy. We argue that such delay weakens competitiveness, deters investment, and ultimately destabilizes the very employment and social systems we claim it protects. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government may try to dress this up in a softer language. They may call it strategic integration. They may call it careful pacing, but let us call it what it truly is. This policy is a wolf in sheep's clothing, because behind the comforting language of protection lies the dangerous reality of delay and decline and deliberate disadvantage for Caribbean people. Across the Caribbean, AI-driven businesses are transforming tourism, agriculture, finance, and public services sector. AI-powered chatbots provide 24/7 customer support. Precision agriculture improves yields. AI-driven fraud detection strengthens financial systems. A June 2025 Observer article noted that after years of struggling with digital transformation, Caribbean businesses now have the opportunity to leapfrog into development using generative AI, just as we once skipped landline for mobile phones.
Point of interruption.
I do not accept. Mr. Speaker, the fatal flaw in this motion is it calls to deliberately slow AI adoption. The Caribbean cannot afford hesitation disguised as protection. Change will not wait on us. The question is whether AI will shape our economy as it already is. We must propel full speed ahead because, Mr. Speaker, digital transformation waits on no man, no girl, no boy. As the leader of opposition, I want to show you where slowing down suffocates. My deputy will focus, I do not accept, on why competition is inevitable as investment on the line. And finally, my opposition member will solidify your case so that we are all on the same page. Mr. Speaker, we are of the firm view that slowing AI suffocates innovation and weakens resilience. Deliberately slowing AI adoption undermines innovation ecosystems and weakens our ability to respond to disasters and structural vulnerabilities. Lest we forget, the Caribbean is a disaster-prone area to ever-increasing threats. The Stockholm Environment Institute takes it further to state that we sit and change nothing about the way we approach disaster mitigation and response. By 2050, disasters will cost us 27.9% of our GDP, and another 50 years of inactivity will cost us 56.9% of GDP. Now, what can go so? Just in case we did not get the memo, in 2025 alone, that girl Melissa cost Jamaica a staggering US $8.8 billion, which is equivalent to 41% of the country's GDP, parachuting us into the loss projected for over the next 50 years from now. I accept.
The opposition member would have spoken about disasters and climate vulnerability, but I would like it to be noted to the House that the current systems that track disasters, hurricanes, and manage disaster management in the Caribbean do not require...
Cut. No, we move on. Let us talk about social protection because I'm not here to waste time. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica sits squarely on the same Equatorial planting garden fault line that devastated Haiti in 2010. Flooding affects Old Harbor Bay and Montego Bay and many other areas. Melissa was an angry girl, proved that Jamaica is even more vulnerable than we think. Bushfires are real threats. We see them in St. Elizabeth. We see them in the hills of St. Andrew. And our coffee farmers will be the first to tell you how devastating these disasters can be. Imagine pairing similar AI systems with Caribbean Bushfire Warning Index. Imagine flood-prone communities receiving automated real-time evacuation guidance. That is not theoretical harm. That is tangible protection for Caribbean economies. Innovation in agriculture through precision mapping. Innovation in justice through chatbots. Innovation in mapping through ArcGIS. These are not luxuries. These are resilience tools. Mr. Speaker, slowing AI adoption locks Caribbean economies into vulnerability. We remain reactive instead of predictive. We spend billions on recovery instead of prevention. True social stability comes from resilience, and resilience is powered by innovation. Mr. Speaker, we in the Caribbean know very well the pressure bust pipe. The pressure on this region is immense. Climate pressure, economic pressure, disaster pressure, global competition pressure, and when pressure is trapped, Mr. Speaker, the pressure does not survive. It really busts the pipe. Mr. Speaker, artificial intelligence and automation are the tools that help releases that pressure safely. A word to the wise is sufficient, and with that we rest.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Leader of the Opposition. We go now to the proposition team again, the government side, to hear from the Deputy Prime Minister. Let's make them welcome. Hear, hear.
I always heard that art imitates life. And if we use movies as a guide, rushing technology never ends well. Whether we look at Wall-E or The Terminator, quickly adopting technology has consequences. In reality, automation and AI may not enslave or murder people, but they will come at a cost. The first is the human cost. AI and automation destroy entry-level jobs, and we can prove that today. In addition to that, the second cost is the structural risk, since our region infrastructure is fragile at the moment. Now, from my very first point, youth unemployment remains a significant challenge in the Caribbean. Rapid AI adoption without educational reform will only deepen this problem by destroying entry-level jobs. A filing clerk, a summer intern, an admin assistant. As young people, this is where we build discipline. This is where we build confidence. This is where we learn punctuality. And this is where we begin to believe that we belong in the world of work. But in 2025, the International Labour Organization stated that in Grenada and St. Vincent, youth unemployment rates were exceeding 36%. Can you believe that? So what happens now when up to 36% of the existing youth employment when we further reduce the number of available entry-level jobs? What happens then? The Caribbean Development Bank's 2025 Economic Review states that youth unemployment continues to remain high, even as labor markets recover from natural disasters. And yet, in this context, where unemployment is high and catastrophic, natural disasters are occurring, we are being told to rush into AI adoption. So I ask, if hurricanes erase opportunity, if pandemics disrupt education and AI replaces entry-level jobs, who is failing our youth? Is it the storms or is it us? According to the OECD, less than 1 in 3 young people in our region in 2022 were employed. Not because they lacked the potential,
but because our systems have not been equipped for jobs of today and tomorrow. Instead of a rush, we should be pacing ourselves for this technology. We should create coding and tech partnerships that prepare students for tomorrow's economy, not yesterday. Because to do otherwise, we would be allowing our people to navigate a digital sea without a compass.
Point of information.
Yeah, sir.
But slowing AI adoption harms young professionals and skilled workers who depend on digital competitiveness. How do you address that?
I would like the opposition to provide the statistics that prove that, because as I said, currently, what we have from the International Labour Organization is that there's a 60% youth unemployment rate in St. Vincent and Grenada. And then when we combine that with the fact that in the future, the youth today are not equipped with the skills to handle this AI and automation, what happens then? Therefore, with a phased approach to automation and AI alongside teaching our youth the skills needed for the future of work, we would not only be protecting our economy, but we protect the social structures that make up our region. For my next point, we understand the benefits of this technology, but we also know the current limitations that we face. Without a doubt, the Caribbean must embrace automation to bridge the gaps in public service efficiency. Imagine a world where you no longer have to set aside an entire day to get an ID from a ministry, or not having to wait in extremely long lines. It would be easier to have these processes automated, but our region's progress requires intentional, phased implementation. Automation systems are not something that you could simply set and forget. This requires complex software, and this requires constant maintenance on the infrastructure that is put in place. But in 2025, the Caribbean Digital Resilience Report stated that nearly 40% of automated systems in our region experience significant downtime in the local infrastructure instability. Now, when you have up to half of the infrastructure failing and you are unable to use the infrastructure, we are not possibly implementing these things properly. Therefore, the infrastructure needs to be set up in such a way that before we begin AI and automation introduction, we have the necessary proper infrastructure in place. Because we see what happens when it is not put in place. There was a trial and error system, and with that, in 2024, there was a CrowdStrike incident. A single faulty update crashed 8.5 Windows devices worldwide, and this grounded global flights and crippled hospitals. In addition to that, in late 2025, the Amazon Web Services and Cloudflare outages impacted nearly half the internet. Now, at the current moment, if these trillion-dollar companies with their elite engineers cannot prevent a total system collapse, what makes the opposition believe that the current infrastructure that we have within the region is going to be built to do so? Now, at the end of the day, we are not saying that we should get rid of AI and automation, but we are simply saying that it should be slowed. I do not accept. We should take this time to learn the best practices and prepare our workers for a gradual shift to automation. We are not running away from it. We are just approaching it strategically. If we outsource our work to algorithms and AI, we are going to repeat the same mistakes of the past, but this time on a far more dangerous scale. By placing total faith in AI and automation using fragile infrastructure, that is not innovation. That is gambling with extra steps. Now, as I conclude, we cannot let the idea of convenience blind us from the foundational realities of our region. Because to rush headlong into AI and automation is to ignore the two pillars upon which a stable society rests. And it rests on its people and then on its infrastructure. Therefore, to recap, first, we must prioritize the preparation of our youth. We have seen that entry-level jobs are merely more than just paychecks.
This is where they build character and are prepared for the world of work. So what happens when you take away this work experience from young people? It becomes even more difficult to find jobs. And as I said before, there's a 60% unemployment youth rate across the region, specifically in Grenada and St. Vincent. And lastly, the second point which I brought up is that we must bridge the gap between our digital ambitions and our physical infrastructure. Because at the current moment, it is set up in such a way that our infrastructure cannot handle AI and automation. But in the future, we can. And lastly, if we prioritize speed over stability, we will find ourselves more than just connected. We will find ourselves compromised. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. We now welcome the Deputy Leader of the Opposition to advance the opposition's case. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here in furtherance of our opposition of this motion. But before I proceed, I must rebut some of the fallacies that have been purported here today by the proposition. My worthy opponents, youth and skilled labor lose more from delay than from transformation. Caribbean youth increasingly participate in digital freelancing, tech entrepreneurship, creative digital industries, and these sectors rely very heavily on AI tools, marketing analytics, content production, and business automation. If governments restrict AI integration, if we signal that our economies will slow innovation, we accelerate outward migration of talent, and nothing destabilizes small economies faster than losing its skilled workforce. We must preserve dignity in the age of AI and automation. This is not just a technical issue, it's a matter of economic and social justice not accepted at this time. And it's interesting that you, Madam PM, would have mentioned steering your boat in rough seas. The ships of the future may be smart, and the ships may be autonomous, and the ports may be smart, but technology must be a partner and not a replacement. AI is not the enemy, nor is it merely a test of our systems. We must prepare our people, not for redundancy, but for relevance. Mr. Speaker, we must adopt AI at the rate we are going, Mr. Speaker, we must adopt. At the rate we are going as individuals, we are forced to compete against AI, whether we slow it or not. Slowing AI adoption does not protect Caribbean workers because they are already competing against AI in the global marketplace. Mr. Speaker, our economies are outward facing, from tourism to BPO services to agriculture exports, and we must compete internationally. AI systems developed in the US, Canada, and Australia are already improving productivity, lowering operational costs, and enhancing service delivery. For example, not at this time. In Australia, AI and automation in agriculture, crop monitoring, autonomous farming equipment, and mining operations to reduce costs and improve output. And in Canada, AI and automations help develop deep learning systems used in healthcare diagnostics and climate modeling to improve service accuracy and efficiency. The OECD, not at this time, predicts AI is reshaping business operations with the potential to add $315 billion to the economy by 2030. If we deliberately slow our adoption, we do not remove competition, we simply remove our tools to compete. We have evidence of successful integration. In Jamaica, the Justice Ministry launched a revamped website with a version 1 AI chatbot. That chatbot allows systems like a mother in rural Westmoreland to access restorative justice services without transportation costs or long lines. You may go ahead.
Again, we do not doubt the benefits of AI and automation, but when we take into fact that the International Labour Organization states that 60% of people in the Caribbean work in the service sector, And the World Bank reports that up to 20 to 36% of these people will be replaced by AI. Is that a
I'm sorry, did you check the statistics that show that when these young people are moved out of jobs, they moved into their own employment using the very same AI that put them out of the jobs? I move on. Similarly, the Trinidadian government has initiated the Caribbean's first Minister of Public Administration of AI in the person of the Honorable Dominic Smith, a representation that time waits on no man, and we must adapt and adopt. If we slow adoption, our workers remain exposed to global AI competition without the benefits, I'm sorry, not at this time, without the benefits of AI tools themselves. Contracts move abroad, productivity lags, workers lose opportunities, not because AI exists, but because we refuse to adapt. So my question is, to deliberately slow down AI, are we really protecting employment and social stability? Moving on the note of the contracts, Mr. Speaker, I put it to you that hesitancy deters investment, and no investment means no new jobs. Investors seek jurisdictions that are future-oriented. When nations embrace digital transformation, they attract capital and innovation ecosystems. When they hesitate, capital flows elsewhere to hubs like Singapore or Ireland. AI has been formally added to school curriculums in Barbados, with a new regional first generative AI course launched for the 25-26 school year. And this initiative is aimed at preparing students for our digital future. We read about it, so it's okay. We don't need to hear about it at this point in time. In Jamaica, proactive preparation is already underway. Workers are being upskilled beyond basic outsourcing. Centers of excellence focus on robotics, industrial automation, mechatronics, and information security. The Caribbean Maritime University offers training in AI and automation technologies. Why? Because someone must design, manage, and secure and maintain these systems while we are in the transformation, not after the transformation. Even in agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture has invested, that's Jamaica, has invested in AI-enabled agri-spray drones and precision agriculture tools used by the Rural Agricultural Development Authority. These technologies do not eliminate farmers. They enhance surveillance, detect crop disease earlier than the human eye, and increase yields critical in region battling food import dependency and global supply disruptions following the conflicts all over the world, really. Mr. Speaker, if we deliberately slow AI, we freeze job evolution. We deter new industries before they're born. High-skilled youth migrate. Brain drain accelerates. Instead of protecting employment, we guarantee stagnation. Social stability does not come from standing still. It comes from growth. Not at this time. I'm winding down. My opponents argue that slowing AI protects employment and stability, but the evidence shows otherwise. Workers are already competing globally. Investment follows innovation. Resilience follows technology. The Caribbean has always been resilient, creative, and adaptive. As the sprint capital of the world, Jamaica, we did not win races by walking cautiously at the back of the pack. We win by preparing, we win by training, and we win by sprinting forward. Deliberate delay will not protect our people. Empowerment will. With that, we rest. I thank you.
We thank you, Madam Deputy Leader of the Opposition, and now call upon the member from the proposition side, that's the third speaker. Let's make that speaker welcome. Hear, hear.
Mr. Moderator, esteemed judges, colleagues, esteemed opposition, ladies and gentlemen. The motion before us today is not a call for stagnation, but for stewardship. Not for whimsy and dreams, but for wisdom. It states that this House believes that the adoption of AI and automation in the Caribbean colonies should be deliberately slowed to protect employment and social stability. Our case rests on the fundamental belief that the direction is more important than the speed. The Caribbean is not Silicon Valley. It is not the larger countries cited by the opposition. Our small, service-heavy economies and vulnerable social structures demand a unique, cautious path to AI adoption, not a headlong rush. By moving slowly and responsibly, we are not falling behind. We are simply ensuring we don't hang our hats where our hands cannot reach. Should we see not accepted? Should we see slow as a dirty word? Should we see slow as a white flag of surrender and an erasure of our own agency and sovereignty? What say you? I say no. We are reminded in Ecclesiastes that the race is not for the swift. When you are, as my Prime Minister said, when you are navigating a small boat through an unpredictable global technological storm, the captain who opens the throttle without checking the hull is not brave. He's reckless. Wisdom does not lie in opening that throttle until the hull cracks. Wisdom lies in carefully navigating the waves and steering the ship to safe harbors. To move without a plan is not innovation. It is economic ignorance, or ignorance, as we say in Barbados. This is not a full stop, merely a comma, a pause. We are not proposing a ban on technology. We are proposing a conscious, regulated, and human-centric pace. As the old people in Barbados say, rejected. As the old people in Barbados say, one blow does kill cow. And we must take this step by step, or we will slaughter the very social stability we claim to build. As I said, the Caribbean is not Silicon Valley. It is not the larger countries. We are a region of service-heavy, labor-dependent economies where over 60% of employment is concentrated, rejected in sectors most vulnerable to automation, tourism, retail, and basic administration. Accepted.
How do you propose to slow down? How do you propose to slow down the use of AI in a world where AI is taking us to the next level on all levels in all areas?
We propose to slow it down by making sure that our workers are trained. We cannot implement it if the workers don't have the knowledge. You're saying implement it, and we have a habit of implementing and looking before we leap. Pause by making sure that systems are in place. That's what we're saying. That's what we're arguing. We're not saying don't implement. We're make sure that those that, when we implement them, they're grounded. Because if we automate the digital agent in Kingston or the flight reservation agent at Caribbean Airlines overnight, we aren't just losing data, we're losing livelihoods. We cannot replace a hotel receptionist with a chatbot on Monday and expect them to become a machine learning engineer by Friday. We must allow time to build structured pathways from classroom to career. My colleague reminded us that the mighty shadow films design poverty is hell, and if we allow rapid AI adoption to displace 26 to 38% of our workforce before they are ready, we are not innovating. We are manufacturing a social catastrophe. Progress that destabilizes our workforce isn't progress at all. It's simply regression with better branding. Because these are people, real people with families who depend on them. These are not just numbers and statistics on a page. Another Bible verse that I like to quote, Proverbs 14:12. There's a way that may seem right to a man, but the end is the way of death. A path may look fast, but if it leads to social collapse, it is the wrong path. We must also specifically address our youth and their concerns. Our young people already face staggering unemployment and they struggle to get jobs. The traditional entry-level jobs, the filing clerk, the summer intern, the junior assistant, these are the very jobs AI will automate first. And these are the first rungs on the career ladder. Rapid AI adoption saws off that first rung. These are not just low-value jobs. These are where we build our workforce. These are the foundations of our economy. So we implement it rapidly. The jobs aren't there. Where does the school leaver start? Where does the CXC graduate go? If we move too fast, we are throwing them into deep water and calling it swimming lessons. As the late Dr. Eric Williams said, the future of our nation is in our children's school bags. And today, it's in their laptops too. But you cannot digitize a generation you refuse to educate. They cannot have a future or a tomorrow that we do not lay the foundation for today. I remind you all, if you don't sharpen the cutlass, don't blame the bush. The problem is not the potential of our people, but the lack of adequate tools and training we have provided them so far. Without investment in skills development, our progress will be stalled by infrastructure and skill gaps. Currently, training systems are underfunded and overstretched. We cannot ask workers to upskill into a vacuum. We must modernize the infrastructure. We cannot draw AI into classrooms still struggling with broken infrastructure and unequal access to technology. We cannot implement AI when, as the rain falls, many of us are without internet. The wind blows, the power does go out. But Mr. Moderator, we want to create promises to our young people, but we all know a promise is a comfort to a fool. We must use time to build pathways, not walls. We want our youth to be the architects of the revolution, not its casualties. In closing, the Bible warns us in Proverbs 21:5, the plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance, but everyone who is hasty only comes to poverty. The opposition may say, if we slow down, we fall behind, but we ask behind whom and at what cost? By moving slowly and responsibly, we are not falling behind. We are simply ensuring we do not hang our hats where hands cannot reach. We are choosing to be the architects of our revolution, not its spectators. We choose the Caribbean where technology serves society rather than replace it. I yield.
So we thank the member speaker, the third speaker from the proposition team, Team Cave Hill, and now call upon the third speaker, the member of the opposition from Team Mona. Here, here.
Members of the House, let us be clear about what this debate is about. The motion calls for deliberate slowing of artificial intelligence and automation in Caribbean economies. That is not regulation, that is not safeguards, and that is not responsible governance. That is intentional delay of productivity, of innovation, and of competitiveness in already fragile, small, open economies. Now, let me deal directly with the government's central fear, because it's a fear that they have right now. AI will take the jobs and destabilize society. That's what they're saying. They want to say to us that sowing AI does not stop job displacements, or it stops job displacement. But what we are saying is it is just going to ensure that we lose the replacements jobs. Mr. Speaker, automation is not waiting on CARICOM. It's not. We're not bigger than it right now. And it is already embedded in global supply chains, in financial systems, in logistics, in tourism platforms, and agricultural exports. When a Canadian company uses AI to optimize supply chains, when a US hotel chain uses automated booking systems, when multinational firms use AI for customer service, not yet, our workers are already competing against those efficiencies. So if we slow adoption locally and regionally, what happens? Our BPO sector loses contracts to the Philippines or India. Our agricultural exports become less cost competitive. Our tourism operators fall behind global service standards. We will not be protecting jobs. What we will be doing is exporting them. So get a chance. History teaches us this lesson clearly. I love when I go in history class. I'm going to one too. During the Industrial Revolution in United Kingdom, mechanization initially displaced textile workers. Yes. But countries that embraced technology created an entirely new industry, manufacturing, railways, engineering. Countries that resisted stagnation. The same pattern occurs during the digital revolution in Singapore and Ireland. We talk about it. They did not slow the internet. They built ecosystems around it. And today, they're innovation hubs. Mr. Speaker, employment must evolve. Employment will evolve. It does not freeze. Hold on. The government wants to freeze evolution. Then we stand up still. But this is economically recklessness. Now the government suggests that slowing AI projects social stability, especially with our young people. When you hear them attack, young people this, young people that. But what it actually does is destabilize societies. How? High youth unemployment, brain drain, stagnant wages, low productivity, fiscal strain. We underestimate the potential of young people. And me and you now go there so. If AI increases productivity, reduces fraud, improves disaster response, and attracts investment, then slowing it reduces growth. Growth, people, growth. And reduced growth, hold on, means fewer public resources for education, healthcare, and social welfare. So let's talk about it. Fiscal reality, yeah? Small Caribbean economies rely heavily on external trade and foreign direct investments. As my colleagues would have said, when investors compare jurisdiction, they assess, are we digitally ready? We're regulating agile? Our innovation capacity out there. But let me tell you something. We are some of the brightest minds here in the Caribbean. I like how you lady done my thing, a master's degree me I do. And your focus is on the slow. Nobody not slow over here. We are moving in that direction, a pace that we must go. So if we send the message to the big man, them say, we are intentionally slowing technology, capital will flow somewhere else. Somewhere when I put, say, the young people, them bright. To places like Philippines, probably, to Estonia, I don't know. But it will not come here. What happened then? It erodes the tax base. And when government cannot fund social programs, that is when instability rises. I realize you have not been focusing on social stability, but you still get your POI, don't worry yourself. Mr. Speaker, this is crucial. The opposition is not arguing for reckless adoption. We are not idiots. What we are doing, we want to support worker retraining. We want the ethical AI standards. We want data protection frameworks. We want social safety nets. But these are government tools, governance tools. They're not brakes on innovation. You cannot regulate speed without turning off the engine. Not the government. Would have built a false dichotomy. Either we slow AI or we abandon workers. This is the option they're giving you right now, and this is intellectually dishonest. So come. The Caribbean loves to say that we are going to ride and we are going to whistle, which means say we are going to adapt and we are going to retrain. We are going to innovate and we are going to regulate. We are going to compete and we are going to protect. We can do them both. Why you feel like we're Tin Lily, members of the government? Slowing is not protection. It is surrendering. So let us crystallize our case. Run the point of information. Quickly. Are you sure me I say? They are damn slow. So we move along. AI strengthens. Allow me to crystallize our case before we come for the final reply speech. AI strengthens resilience in disaster-prone economies. My first speaker demonstrated that climate vulnerability threatens up to a significant portion of our GDP over time, and AI will assist us with that. Countries like Australia and Canada already are showing how it's done. Why we want to observe for the rest of our life? Why can't we do just the same? In a region sitting on fault lines and hurricane belts, floodplains, we all know it. Why is it that we are not trying to play our social role? Why are we trying to be negligent. Ladies and gentlemen, Caribbean workers are already in a global space. You cannot say that if we don't adopt AI and automation, we're going to be okay. We're already competing against the top guns. So my second speaker already proved that AI competition is global. We cannot hide from it. Tourism platforms using it, banks using it, agriculture using it, and we're not debating whether AI will exist. It will exist. We are debating whether Caribbean people participate in its value creation. Say it with me, value creation, that. All right, so this again is not stability. We're looking at a decline. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, let us weigh harms. The government's fear is AI may displace some workers. We're just showing you that AI guarantees that there's going to be lost competitiveness if we don't take it on. Lost investments, lost innovation, and long-term structural unemployment. One risk is transitional. The other is permanent. Which is more dangerous? Deliberate delay traps us in low productivity cycles. It accelerates brain drains. It weakens fiscal capacity. It reduces disaster preparedness. It shrinks opportunities that destabilize societies far more than managed innovation ever could. Mr. Speaker, the Caribbean has never survived from hiding by change. We're fighters, we're go-getters, and we will do what needs to be done. We adapt, we evolve, we compete. To deliberately show AI is to declare that we are too fragile to modernize, and I reject that narrative. Listen, Michelle Montana just won his road march, and Michelle would have sat back if he wanted to and allowed the time to move and leave him behind. But Michelle said no. He's moving forward. And we will be moving to swim or sink because we can't just float. And the opposition proudly stands against that. We rest.
We thank the member of the opposition, and we also thank you audience members for keeping your interjection and your outburst short and sharp, so the debate could have continued nicely. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the point where we will receive the reply speakers' presentations, beginning with that from the opposition team. So let us make welcome the opposition reply speaker. Here.
Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, members of this honorable House, this government seems to have a strange relationship with trauma from our past. Because why would you deliberately try to take the Caribbean from chattel slavery to digital colonialism? Why would you ask us to slow AI and automation so that we remain mere consumers, mere users, mere dependents, while the rest of the world becomes owners? The Caribbean produces some of the brightest minds, the most talented and resilient people anywhere in this world, as stated by my team here. They will build, they will own, they will lead, but instead the government asks them to wait. The government asked them to slow down and to simply fall behind. And Mr. Speaker, they told you, and I quote, that we cannot implement AI and automation if workers are not trained. But training does not come from delay. Training comes from exposure. Training comes from participation. Training comes from implementation. You do not learn to swim by sitting on the bank and watching the river. You learn by getting in the water. Their policy does not prepare Caribbean workers. It sidelines them while the rest of the world advances. And they told you, Silicon Valley, we're not Silicon Valley, we're not South Korea. But Singapore, Mr. Speaker, was neither any of those. And they did not slow down. Singapore embraced it. They invested in it. They owned it. So this was never about size. This was never about geography. This was about vision. And Mr. Speaker, this debate reminds me of the parable of the 10 virgins in Matthew 25. 5 were wise, 5 were foolish. The wise prepared their oil in advance. The foolish government delayed. And when the moment came, only those who prepared were ready to enter. Mr. Speaker, AI and automation are the moment now. To delay, to wait, to be unprepared when the future arrives. But the opposition in this case chooses to be wise. We choose to prepare, we choose readiness, we choose the future that is now. Because everybody in the Caribbean knows this truth. We lick about with Tarawa. Imagine if Jamaica's bobsled team waited for snow to fall in Kingston before we believed they could compete in the Winter Olympics. They would never have made history. They would have never proven that Caribbean people were anywhere near excellent exists. And today this government is asking us to do exactly that, to wait, to doubt ourselves, to fall behind. And when we already know where that leads, it leads to brain drain. It leads to losing our most brilliant minds, not because they lack talent, but because they lack opportunity here at home. Because when AI and automation is slowed down, you do not protect talent. You export it. You export your future. Mr. Speaker, our ancestors did not survive change for us to come and accept new ones in the form of codes. We did not break free from colonialism to volunteer for digital dependence. The Caribbean was never meant to follow innovation. We are meant to own it. Mr. Speaker, reject this notion. We rest. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Opposition Reply Speaker. And we now conclude our debate with the Proposition Reply Speaker. Let's make them welcome. Here.
Mr. Moderator and members of the House, I realize that the opposition believes that if you are loud, that means you have the better argument. That is absolutely incorrect. And therefore, I am going to dissect everything that the opposition has said with the statistics that prove otherwise, because I don't have to be loud, but I can if I want to, because our stats are better. So firstly, they keep mentioning examples of places that have nothing to do with the Caribbean. So they keep mentioning Canada, Ireland, Singapore. Might I put it to this House that these places do not have problems with water? And let me explain what I mean by water. Do you know that a ChatGPT-4 model can use up to approximately US 5 billion gallons of water? Do you know that Antigua and Barbuda and Barbados, according to the World Health Organization, are ranked in the top 10 most water-scarce countries of the world? Where is the opposition going to get the water from for this rapid AI implementation? Please note that we are not anti-AI, and we have advocated for a slow transition. We have advocated for training. They would have mentioned the Ministry of Agriculture. I believe in Barbados, they would have mentioned initiatives in Trinidad that speak to youth training, which my colleague would have mentioned. One of the opposition speakers would have mentioned Marshall Montano's 12 Road March titles. I don't know what soca has to do with this, but since we're in the Caribbean, let's speak about it. Marshall Montano has been singing calypso since the age of a little child. He has slowly built his craft. He didn't just jump up one day and win his 12th Road March title. To move too quickly into something that we are not sure about is simply foolish. There is no current legislation in the Caribbean that safely governs the usage of AI. The opposition constantly mentioned Canada and Singapore, as I said, and these places don't have problems with water. Let me bring some more statistics. 90% of water in Barbados is groundwater. 84% of water in Jamaica, where we're there right now, is also groundwater. And for those of you who didn't study geology, let me tell you what groundwater is. Groundwater is very, very difficult to replenish. It is slow to acquire. And if it is, we keep pushing for these large-scale AI models that we do not yet have the infrastructure for. It is simply going to destabilize our society. We have to look at the facts. We do not have the current legislation in place. We cannot compare ourselves to nations that are not like us. That is why we have CARICOM. Dr. Eric Williams said 1 from 10 leaves north. The best thing to do is to stick together and to plan strategically. We are not Canada. we are admonished, and they were quoting scriptures, so let me quote some scriptures as well. The race is not to the swift, but time and chance. The race is to those who use it wisely. And we will not stand here and allow the opposition to convince us that we will sacrifice structural and social stability under the guise of economic progress. We do not have the infrastructure as yet. We do not have the training as yet. And the statistics that we mentioned from the International Labour Organization spoke to 38% complete automation. Every statistic that the opposition mentioned was not complete automation. It was in collaboration with human labor, which is something that we advocated for. So in a way, the opposition is supporting our argument that we are to work with AI at a slow pace rather than rapidly move ahead. So I leave the House with my statements that the only way to move forward is slowly, wisely, and with a proper plan in place. We are small, but we have capabilities. We are not arguing against that. But we are not foolish. And we are not going to jump headfirst into something that we are not prepared for. Thank you.
We thank both teams for engaging so very well in this debate. This is the first debate in the UA postgraduate debates 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we as the judges, we have some thinking and some weighing to do of the arguments presented to us. But before we do so, seeking the guidance of one of the organizers, should we proceed to the draw for the second match, allow them to start prepping, and then we can take that prep time to deliberate? Should we do that? All right, so I'm hearing yes. So we're going to do it, huh? We're at lunch? They don't have, I'm told they don't have any lunch. They feast on debate. They feast, huh? All right, so is it lunchtime? So we take lunchtime? All right? Good. Listen, I'm all about getting the work done now, but if you want to have lunch, then by all means.
Let me get them. Okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank both teams. That was a very, very riveting discussion. So at this moment, what we're going to have is that the judges will then now deliberate to determine the winner of this first debate. And then after that, we'll be having a break for lunch before we have the newcomers, the Five Islands Association of Postgraduate Students versus the Global Campus Association of Postgraduate Students. So I just want to thank both teams again. Like I said, it was a very, very good discussion. And whatever the results are, I'm sure we're all winners today. Point of it. Okay, in the spirit of so in Jamaica there's this cup. In Jamaica, hold on. In Jamaica, there is a competition called School Challenge Quiz. And here we always say in the spirit of School Challenge Quiz, but here in the spirit of competition, we invite both teams to shake hands to show that there's no love lost here and just intellectual discussions. So point of information across the board. Well done. Association of Postgraduate Students. That was the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students versus the Kayville Association of Postgraduate Students. Speaking about the motion, this House believes that the adoption of AI and automation in Caribbean economies should be deliberately slowed to protect employment and social stability. The Kayville Association of Postgraduate Students was the proposition, and the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students was the opposition. We're going to take the break, and when the judges deliberate, we'll be coming right back. Cedric. So we're going to deliberate, and then we're going to come back and provide a winner for that mote. Ready? Okay, and welcome back to... Okay, and welcome back to the Intercampus Council Postgraduate Students Debate Competition. We had our first match, and it was the Caville Association of Postgraduate Students versus the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students. Under the motion, this House believes that the adoption of AI and automation in the Caribbean economies should be deliberately slowed to protect employment and social security. We had the CHAPS being the proposers of this motion and MAPS being the opposition. We'll now turn over to Mr. Barrett, our head judge, who will then give his remarks regarding the debate.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite the debate. I just want to highlight the fact that it was exciting, particularly for somebody like myself who I'm not from that realm of studies and experience, AI and automation and so forth. It was quite a learning experience. So thanks to both teams for expanding my understanding of AI and automation and of course labor issues, right? It's good. Now, let's talk about the major ideas that came in the debate and see how they interacted, how the teams interacted with both of them, and how we as a panel ultimately resolved this debate. So we got a narrative from side proposition, chaps, that says Caribbean societies are largely service-oriented. And as such, AI poses a direct threat to worker employment and job security. They say to us that it's going to plunge a lot of people into unemployment, but also poverty, and we're going to see a substantial decline in the social welfare of Caribbean citizens. They point to a sort of an analysis that suggests that there is, in fact, a sort of an obligation on Caribbean governments to slow AI as a means of meeting with and dealing with and responding to an inherent obligation to provide workers with jobs. And that which threatens jobs, Caribbean societies and Caribbean governments should do that which they can to mitigate and to slow that deleterious progress. That's fundamentally the case of side government proposition. Opposition, though, contends that that's, in my words, a myopic view. They say to us that the world as it exists right now is one where there is an increasing demand for acuity and capacity in the utilization of AI, automation. The digital economy is growing, they say. And if it is that we go and do what proposition wants us to do, we'll be left behind, lagging. And there are going to be significant competitive disadvantages that will result. We will lose our global competitiveness. And I want to highlight specifically the second speaker, the second debater in this match, for sort of highlighting that where the impact in this debate really resides is, in their estimation at least, the global arena and how Caribbean countries stand to become less competitive, and ultimately we will have, in their world, job losses and weaken the Caribbean economies. We also get from side opposition the idea that Caribbean governments will also suffer if it is that we go with the route wanted to, that is being advanced by side proposition. They say to us that fiscal spaces and revenues and so forth will also decline, and that is harmful. The net result from the vantage point of side proposition seems interestingly to point to a world almost identical to that which is posited by side proposition. Job losses, economic decline, lacking of competitiveness, and so forth, right? So again, broadly speaking, those are the two domains within which this debate sort of progressed. Something to note. When it is that you have a characterization of Caribbean societies as being largely service-oriented, which is what we got from side proposition, right? And you get sectors like, tourism and the sort of those kinds of sectors as being a manifestation of the service-oriented nature of the Caribbean societies, agriculture, for example. And you get a contrasting characterization that says that these very same sectors, which are part of the service orientation of Caribbean societies, that they are increasingly becoming mechanized and sort of reliant on AI and automation, right? We get that particularly from the second speaker of side proposition, all right? Side proposition, they tell us that Caribbean economy, side opposition rather, Caribbean economies are increasingly moving in the direction of the digital economy, right? Now, something to note. We think we would have been aided significantly if there was some kind of a quantification of the proportion of Caribbean societies that are service-oriented that are now moving in that direction. We don't know if there is a growing trend, but the proportion of the economy, the proportion of the workforce that now relies and now need to become digitally sort of competent is increasing, but it's still at a low level. We still are not sure. So again, that's an example of how it is that argumentation, sounding impactful at the surface, doesn't really have the strongest impact ultimately because we don't know what proportion of, again, service economy is in fact occupied by the digital economy. Albeit we feel convinced that it's increasing, again, because we get no real pushback from side proposition. Again, something to note, and this is in relation to the argumentation we get from side proposition. You have to be careful that the arguments that you deliver aren't sort of tugging on your heartstrings, poetic in nature, they sound good, you're getting a lot of rhetorical flourish, but you're not getting, in some instances, clear, direct impacts, quantitative data, or sort of a qualification of the impact that helps us to see in an almost tangible way the harms that you're pointing to, right? So again, when you're characterizing your opponent's case, don't just label it as, being short-sighted or those kinds of narratives. You have to also point to the quantity, the scale of the impacts that you're foisting on them, the harms that you're characterizing exist in their world, okay? All right, so how do we resolve the clashes, or the clash specifically? We thought that Caribbean economies are in fact service-oriented. We felt that that is a fair characterization. Both teams seem to accept it. We accept it as well. We felt that there is a growing trend towards the digital economy. We accept that as being true. We accept as well, very importantly, that Caribbean economies exist not in isolation, but as a part of a larger global ecosystem. And as such, there needs to be consideration as it relates to how our acceptance, the pace with which we accept AI, the extent to which that will in fact lead to Caribbean economies ultimately remaining competitive or having their competitiveness decline ultimately, right? We thought that was an important idea in this round, okay? And so, final comment I'll make before I announce, because I know you're waiting with bated breath. You're sitting on the edge of your seats, all right? The final thing I'll note is, when you are the third speaker in this format of debate, it is perfectly fine for you not to deliver any new argumentation ultimately, right? That's fine. But what you must do is, if you're using the arguments that have been proffered, for example, we felt like Omoloro on side opposition used a lot of the arguments, fair, good arguments of her deputy speaker. Very good. What we wanted more of is some direct sort of link, some sort of flagging. We call it flagging. So this argument that we delivered responds directly to this major contention that has been inputted into the debate by our opposers' side proposition. So it's one thing simply to remind us of the arguments that came up. It's another thing entirely to prove that the arguments posited in some way or the other degrade, mitigate, or destroy the argumentation and the contentions that have arisen in the debate from the vantage point of side proposition. Okay? All right, so with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of this match, this is the first match in the UE Postgrad Debates 2026, yes, featuring two Titanic teams, the two teams that made the grand finals last year, give me a little drum roll, give me a little sound, all right. The winners of this match is Team MAPS Opposition. Congratulations to the opposition team on advancing to the grand finals of this competition, which I believe will be held tomorrow. Congratulations. And let's give a thunderous round of applause to the opposition team, Team Chaps. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much and look forward to your company for the second round, second match. The best debater in this match comes as well from the winning team. I wonder if you can guess who it is. Is it the first speaker, second speaker, third speaker, fourth, fifth? No, there wasn't a fourth or fifth. It is, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker, Miss Peter Gay Hodges. Thank you very much, and looking forward to your company for the next match, which will be chaired by my good friend, Ravon Thomas Matthews.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we just want to make it a bit cleaner this time, so we're going to invite the team captains to just shake hands on camera, just for a good match, and then we can just go forward. From both teams. Can we have the team captains just come and shake hands? Right. Team captain, whichever one, a representative, whoever is the captain. You can just come. That's what. So we'll now be going on a break for lunch. When we come back, we'll be having the 5 Islands campus, Association of Postgraduate Students. They'll be going against the Global Campus, the Association of Postgraduate Students, GCAPS. That would be the next match. So we're going to have lunch, and then we'll have that for the next match. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
CARICOM is that sanctions does not destroy sovereignty. It strengthens it. The opposition may say, small states cannot afford external discipline. But as Sir Shadat Rampal argued, former Commonwealth Secretary General, sovereignty for small states is not isolation. It is leveraged through pooling. Individually, our GDPs are marginal in the global markets. Collectively, we negotiate trade agreements, climate financing, and diplomatic partnership with amplified voice. Credibility in external negotiation depends on internal coherence. If CARICOM cannot ensure implementation of its own policy, why should the global partners treat its commitments? And stagnation in the global decline. Honorable Speaker, a union without enforcement is not a union, it's a suggestion. Sanctions are not punishment. They are about preserving reciprocity. They are about restoring credibility. And for these reasons, the Caribbean cannot afford another 50 years without implementation or going through an implementation deficit. And for those reasons, we strongly propose the move. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Marissa Morgan, representing the Global Campus community. Mr. Speaker, one size shoe cannot fit all. My size 8 shoes cannot fit your size 10 foot, Mr. Speaker. What works for one CARICOM member state will not work for all. Oh, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the opposition stand convinced that the government of today has a visual problem. Even a blind can see that imposing economic sanctions on CARICOM member states is economic suicide and infringement of the CSME. How then can this government convince us otherwise? Mr. Speaker, we strongly uphold the stance that the government failed to prove without a shadow of a doubt that imposing economic sanctions on CARICOM member states will be beneficial to any party involved. Mr. Speaker, we take issue with how the government defines their motion. They make it sound like it is a bed of roses, and it is not. To impose means forcing an unwelcome decision or ruling on someone. The U.S. International Trade Commission defined economic sanctions as the deliberate, government-inspired withdrawal of customary trade or financial relations. To what end, Mr. Speaker? What would it take for us to learn? History has shown us over and over again what happens when economic sanctions are forced on countries. It seems like the government has a memory problem, so let me remind them today. Cuba faces a long-standing embargo placed by the United States government. It includes new restrictions on fuel supply, cutting off key shipments from Venezuela. Antigua and Barbuda, as well as Dominica, were recently added to the U.S. travel ban list in December of 2025. The reason given, Mr. Speaker, were concerns over their citizen by investment programs. According to Washington, these programs lack sufficient vetting. Funny enough, how these come right after they were denied access to placing foreign military assets in Antigua. But I digress. Mr. Speaker, these sanctions that I spoke about have several impacts on these countries. In Cuba, there is a fuel shortage which is shutting down their public transport system and leaving government, not right now, and garbage uncollected on streets. There's also a collapse in their infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. This embargo is estimated to cost Cuba over $144 billion, crippling its development. The bans imposed not only disrupt family ties, but it also hinders travel for business. These even threatens funds used for infrastructure like hospitals and roads, since it is targeting their CBI program. What these sanctions have created, Mr. Speaker, are social and humanitarian issues. They prevent the importation of essentials, they lead to shortages of goods, and they reduce the development by reducing the gross domestic product. Looking further abroad, Mr. Speaker, we see that a coalition including the United States, the European Union, and the United Kingdom have imposed economic sanctions on Russia. These exclude Russian banks from the SWIFT financial messaging system. They even place a price cap on the amount of oil they can sell. They have also frozen approximately $350 billion in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, Russia have countered this by increasing their exportation of oils to non-sanctioning countries like China and India. Is this what we want to be happening in our Caribbean states? Countries fighting back with one another? Isn't life and crime enough for us, Mr. Speaker? Popcorn say, numbers don't lie. So let me hit you with this figure. Research found that 94% of UN sanctions have caused negative effects. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you heard that correct.
Point of information.
Not right now. These effects include weakening local institutional capacities, strengthening authoritarian rules, and even escalation of human rights violation. Can we, as small island developing states, survive under the foothold of economic sanctions? Not right now. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to disrespect anybody, but even Albert Einstein said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. But I digress.
Point of
We,
information.
the opposition, firmly, not right now, refute the motion for CARICOM to impose economic sanction on member states. We'll provide extensive evidence to show that permitting this leads to economic suicide and a complete erosion of what CARICOM was founded upon. How can the government push the notion of sovereignty when they want us to go back to the dog-eat-dog world? Fighting down one another, Mr. Speaker. This is not what we want or need for this region. So permit me to move into my substantive arguments. Economic sanction prohibits trade between member states. Article 79 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas mandates that member states must establish free movements of goods and services. Mr. Speaker, what I know is that some people won't understand pressure until it is at their doorstep. So let me bring it here in Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago is the largest exporter in CARICOM region. We get energy products, chemicals, and even food. Jamaica and Barbados are its major importers. Now, let's look at what will happen if we impose economic sanctions. It would have an immediate disruption to trade. This will look like fuel shortage in Jamaica, electricity cost increase, as well as transportation and other manufacturing costs. Mr. Speaker, when businesses have to pay more for energy and imported goods, what will happen is a trickle-down effect. Consumer will see higher food prices as well as transportation prices. Trinidad and Tobago will also be affected by this. They would lose revenue as well as their competitive advantage. This will then introduce alternative suppliers where Jamaica will look at places like the US and Latin America. With Jamaica spending more than 4 times what it is making, is this really a good idea? Mr. Speaker, between January and May of 2025, Jamaica spent $3,161.5 million on importation, while they only received $773 million on export. My ex-prime minister would say, what a whopper. Now, before the government jumped down my throat, I'm not saying that there are not implications for non-compliance. However, let us be so for real. Several member states don't have the capacity. There's financial constraints, they lack technical expertise, and they don't have the human resource. So, Mr. Speaker, my deputy chair will bring further as to why we should not be imposing economic sanctions.
All right, and that was Marissa Morgan. Thank you very much. Now, at this point in time, we swing the debate back over to the Five Island Association of Postgraduate Students and invite their second speaker, Michelle Page. Make her feel welcome.
Honorable Speaker, distinguished adjudicators, members of the House, it seems as if the opposition came here today to make claims based solely in fear. They want you to believe that enforcement somehow equals punishment, that sovereignty equals silence, and that sanctions will collapse the region. What they have not done at any point up until now is explain how a regional project survives without accountability. So I'm here to do three things. I'm going to deal directly with the sovereignty argument. I'm going to expose the economic incoherence of their voluntary compliance model and show why their approach actually accelerates CARICOM's decline. The opposition argues that sanctions will violate member state sovereignty. But let's return to the basics because it seems as if they don't even understand what the definition of sovereignty is. Sovereignty is defined by the Westphalian peace tradition dating all the way back to 1648 as a supreme authority of a state to govern itself without external contradiction. But here's the key. Modern sovereignty is not absolute isolation. States exercise sovereignty by choosing to enter these treaties. When Antigua joins CARICOM, when Jamaica signs the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, this is not surrendering sovereignty. In fact, this is exercising their sovereignty. States voluntarily sign these treaties. Nobody forced them. They accepted dispute settlement through the CCJ, and you cannot claim sovereignty to break an agreement that you voluntarily signed. How does that even make any sense? It was the distinguished former Prime Minister, distinguished former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Guyana, Sir Sridath Rampal, who made this point abundantly clear decades ago. For vulnerable small states, sovereignty is strengthened when pooled. Individually, Caribbean economies are small players on the global economic scale. Collectively, we're a force. But, Mr. Speaker, it should go without saying that collective strength requires discipline. The European Union, for example, did not dissolve their sovereignty by creating infringement proceedings. The member states remained sovereign, yet they accepted enforcement because predictability benefits all. Opposition has not shown up to now how voluntary promises produce equal bargaining power, and we have shown you how enforcement does. But let's examine their model. They'll say that non-compliance of member states can be fixed with conversation, having open dialogue. But, Mr. Speaker, we've had 50 years of dialogue. CARICOM was created in 1973, the revised treaty in 2001, but yet we're seeing intra-CARICOM trade still hovering below 20%. According to a 2025 Jamaica Observer report, intra-CARICOM trade actually constituted just 11.2% of total trade in 2024. This indicates that most trade still happens with extra-regional partners rather than within the community. The low share of internal trade signals that member states are still largely trading outside the bloc, which weakens the region's economic coherence and reduces the incentives for coordinated policy implementation, which is the very issue that we're seeking to address through enforcement. If voluntary compliance worked, we would see convergence, and it's abundantly clear we do not. Mr. Speaker, let's stop pretending that this is some complicated issue when the benefits of integration are shared, but the political cost of implementing reform is felt at the local level, then leaders will delay simply because they're rational. If a prime minister can sign an agreement in Georgetown, make the regional headlines, shake hands for the photo, and then go home and do nothing, we should just sit back and watch that happen. No penalty means no thank you. No penalty means no urgency. That is not theory. That's the reality of politics in small island states. You cannot build a single market on vibes. You can't run a regional economy on good intentions. The CSME is not a decorative architecture, it's a system. And like plumbing, if one pipe block, pressure bust pipe. When one state delays custom harmonization, exporters in other regions face higher transaction costs. Professor Norman Gervan, Jamaican economist, warned us plainly about the implementation deficit during the rollout of CSME, and I quote, "The problem is not a shortage of decisions, it is a shortage of implementation." And decades earlier, Michael Manley told this region there is no hope for the Caribbean except through integration. But integration without implementation is not hope, it's just performance. When investors are not sentimental, they do not reward speeches, they reward predictability. And when we look at CARICOM and see 15 slightly different rules instead of one coordinated framework, they don't say, how charming. They say, these people don't know what they're doing. The opposition will ask you to believe that moral persuasion will fix this. Sanctions harm citizens was one of their points. And our mechanism is targeted and proportionate. Suspension of specific regional benefits, calibrated penalties applied only after grace periods and mediation. We're not saying that this is the first resort. Sanctions are the last resort. The greatest harm to Caribbean citizens is not enforcement, it's inconsistency. And as a graduate it is a graduate in Jamaica unable to seamlessly work in any other CARICOM state because recognition frameworks are delayed. A business in Antigua facing different regulatory requirements in neighboring markets. It's a capital avoiding the region because there's no uniformity. The mere existence of consequence, we have seen, proves changes behavior. No thanks. The model leads to institutional erosion, is what they said. Let's extend the analysis. The Honorable Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, said it best, and I quote, "Institutions who cannot enforce their rules lose legitimacy. When agreements are repeatedly unimplemented, three things happen. Citizens lose faith, businesses disengage, and political leaders deprioritize compliance." And this is integration fatigue. CARICOM risks becoming a commemorative institution, celebrated in speeches, but actually irrelevant in practice. And in a world of tightening trade, we can't afford this. The opposition still has not solved the free rider problem. And I really want the House to focus here. Because if State A fully implements free movement of goods and State B does not implement labor mobility, State B enjoys access while protecting its domestic markets, and this is asymmetric advantage. Over time, compliant states begin asking, why are we even bearing these costs? And this is how unions fracture. At the end of the day, this is not about punishment. CARICOM was created because isolation failed. The West Indian Federation collapsed because there was insufficient structural cohesion. Sanctions are not hostility. They are the institutional signal that agreements matter. They protect compliant states. They enhance bargaining credibility. They restore trust. They reduce regional fragmentation. Honorable Speaker, the opposition wants a Caribbean built on good intentions. Clearly, we want a Caribbean built on enforceable commitments. They're offering you aspiration. We're offering you the architecture to make it work. Mr. Speaker, I reiterate, a union without enforcement is not a union. We therefore fully endorse and support the motion that if our CARICOM member states do not comply, sanctions should be imposed. I thank you.
And thank you very much. That was, of course, Michelle Page. At this point in time, we invite the second debater from Global Campus to make their way to the stage. That is, of course, Ricardo Whiteley.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed judges, distinguished guests, good afternoon. The opposition strongly oppose imposing sanctions on Caribbean member states for the failure to implement regional policies. Economic sanctions, Mr. Speaker, prohibit trade between member states. Enforcement mechanisms such as economic sanctions will further exacerbate the surrounding issues with regional integration. Now I will move on to my substantive arguments. Facing high levels of debt, poverty, and unemployment, as well as chronic fiscal deficits, CARICOM member states have not always been enthusiastic about implementing obligations to further economic integration. CARICOM does not have the resources to fully support the bloc's wide-ranging agenda for functional cooperation on health, education, climate change, among other agendas. Various underlying tensions have led to a slowing down of the integration process, particularly in the setting up of the CARICOM single market and economy, Lewis 2020. Threat perceptions arising out of these conditions have focused on both the external and the domestic environments. Mr. Speaker, while the external environment has been viewed as a potential source for various types of aggression, a major security preoccupation has been nation building, the consolidation of a weak state and society. Small states, Mr. Speaker, are generally characterized by remoteness and isolation, openness, natural disasters, and environmental change. When taken together, Mr. Speaker, these characteristics lead to vulnerability. Sanctions could push states further away from integration by deepening economic crisis and negatively impact social security. Take, for example, Mr. Speaker, the pressures from the United States of America. The U.S. influence over the region, including the Caribbean, is a real challenge for regional integration. In recent times, the U.S. has been encouraging the region to look further away from Cuba to get nurses. Similarly, the U.S. has cut the gas and oil supply to Cuba and has been forcing it to make a deal, driving the country into a looming energy crisis. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, Jamaica was forced to discontinue the Petrocarib agreement with Venezuela. We saw the country benefited from cheap oil, and this could have improved our economic development and growth. These realities, Mr. Speaker, are clear indications
A point of information.
that CARICOM member states do not have the economic leverage in a world dominated by global powers. Mr. Speaker, allowing these already burdensome states to be imposed on by sanction, to impose sanction on them, will further cause serious challenges within CARICOM. And this would cause them to want to pull the plug on the economic bloc. Imposing sanctions would likely exacerbate poverty, unemployment, and inequality in these states. Rather than incentivizing compliance, sanctions could destabilize fragile economies and worsen social conditions. Punishing states for non-implementation risks harmonizing citizens more than government, undermining the very development that CARICOM seeks to advance. I want to touch on sovereignty and trust in regional integration. The success of CARICOM rests on voluntary participation and respect for national sovereignty. Sanctions would represent a coercive shift, potentially eroding trust among member states. Small states are particularly protective of the autonomy, and punitive measures could be perceived as illegitimate interference in domestic affairs. This risks weakening political will for deeper integration, fostering resentment and even encouraging disengagement from regional initiatives. A sanctioned country could a sanctioned country could fracture solidarity rather than strengthen it. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about capacity constraint. It is not defiance. Non-compliance with regional policies often stems from limited administrative and financial capacity, not deliberate defection. CARICOM member states struggle with resource shortages and competing national priorities. The government of Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica have recently indicated that they have an obligation for their country's national security and stability. Take, for example, Mr. Speaker, the issue with the US and Venezuela. Jamaica had a close relationship with the South American country, but does not have the capacity to voice its position for fear of economic sanctions. Sanctions ignore these structural realities and punish capacity rather than unwillingness. A more constructive approach, Mr. Speaker, would be to encourage or to strengthen the CARICOM Secretariat to promote capacity building and provide technical assistance, as well as provide incentives to help states meet objectives. This aligns better with CARICOM corporation ethos and ensure integration rather than and ensures integration. This aligns better with CARICOM corporation ethos and ensures that integration remains inclusive and supportive. I want to leave one thing with this house. Imagine our neighbor, Haiti. They're going to a deep political, social, and an economic crisis. What economic sanctions would you impose on Haiti, given their situation? And how effective would they be in ensuring that they will adhere to agreed regional policies? I rest my case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you very much. Now, at this point in time, we invite the third speaker from the Five Islands Association of Postgraduate Students. That is Cedric Port.
Madam, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Speaker, honorable adjudicators, honorable members of this House, good afternoon. My role today is clear. I will do three things. I will identify where the opposition's case collapses and to defend our model of a collaborated enforcement, to weigh this debate and to show why we win clearly. Let me structure this under three themes: mischaracterization of sanctions, false economic panic, and misuse of international examples. First, they are fighting a model we never proposed. Opposition says one-size shoes cannot fit all. They said this is economic suicide. Sanctions prohibit trade. This violates sovereignty. Judges, this is a straw man. At no point did we propose blanket, automatic trade cutting punishment. We explicitly said sanctions are graduated, proportionate, and a last resort. That means dialogue first, technical assistance second, timelines third, and targeted measures only after persistent non-compliance. So when they say one size cannot fit all, Mr. Speaker, we agree. That is why our model is not one size fits all. They are debating a caricature. We are debating a calibrated enforcement mechanism. The U.S. attack travel ban and Antigua attack, they reference the December 2025 U.S. travel ban on Antigua and Dominica over the Citizenship by Investment Unit. Let's be clear. That was a unilateral external sanction, Mr. Speaker, imposed by a superpower without regional negotiation, without institutional dialogue. That is not what we are proposing, Mr. Speaker. We are proposing a collective, rule-based enforcement within a voluntary regional body. CARICOM members sign treaties willingly. They are not forced, Mr. Speaker. They commit to obligations knowingly. Comparing external geopolitical punishment to internal treaty enforcement is misleading, Mr. Speaker. And if anything, that example proves our point. Small states are vulnerable when they lack strong regional credibility and unified standards. Enforcement strengthens regional reputation. Weak enforcement leaves us exposed. On the point of SWIFT and Russia oil caps, they brought up SWIFT restrictions and oil price caps on Russia. Again, irrelevant comparison. Those sanctions were global. They were geopolitical, targeting war and regime behavior, designed to cripple an economy. We are not sanctioning wars, Mr. Speaker. We are not cutting states from global finance. We are not imposing oil caps here, Mr. Speaker. We are discussing targeted internal compliance measures within a regional economic community. If their strongest example is wartime, sanctions against a nuclear power, that shows they do not have a relevant example against us, Mr. Speaker. The fourth theme that they covered, 94% of U.S. sanctions cause negative effects. They claim 94% of U.S. sanctions have negative effects. Just imagine that. Even if that statistic were accurate, negative effects do not equal policy failure. Sanctions create pressure. Pressure creates incentives, and incentives create compliance, Mr. Speaker. And more importantly, those statistics refer to unilateral sanctions imposed globally. CARICOM is smaller, CARICOM is cooperative, CARICOM is economically interdependent, institutionally structured as well, Mr. Speaker. You cannot copy and paste global geopolitics onto a regional integration mechanism. That is not analysis at all. That is fear coming out right there. The fifth theme they would have mentioned, economic suicide and trade collapse. They argue sanctions prohibit trade. Not yet. Sanctions prohibit trade. Trinidad and Tobago exports heavily, as they would have mentioned, and Jamaica and Barbados import. Prices will rise. Judges, this assumes maximum punishment immediately, and that is false, Mr. Speaker. Our sanctions here are targeted, they are conditional, they are temporary, and they are designed to restore compliance, not to end trade, Mr. Speaker. The bigger economic threat is uneven implementation. If states ignore common external tariffs, refuse free movement, and violate trade obligations, then regional markets fragment anyway. Non-compliance already creates economic insufficiency. Let me finish up. Economic enforcement here stabilizes markets. Lawlessness destabilizes them. And on the sixth theme that they pointed on sovereignty, they say sanctions violate sovereignty. But let us be clear right here. No state is forced into CARICOM, and no state is forced to sign agreements. Sovereignty includes the power to bind yourself by treaty. And if sovereignty means you can sign agreements and ignore them without consequence, then treaties become meaningless, Mr. Speaker. Functional sovereignty means you are respected because you are reliable, and we defend reliability. The quote Einstein, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. Let me turn back. For decades, CARICOM has relied on voluntary compliance. Implementation deficits persist. Deadlines are missed. Protocols are delayed. Continuing without enforcement, that is doing the same thing over and over and over again, Mr. Speaker. If anything is insanity, it is expecting compliance without consequences. Now let's weigh this debate clearly. Opposition offers one thing: fear. Fear of price increases, fear of retaliation, fear of fragmentation, and fear of history. We offer structure. We offer a graduated enforcement, targeted compliance, institutional credibility, and deterrent before punishment, Mr. Speaker. They exaggerate worst case scenarios. We offer a controlled safeguard. The real question judges must answer is this: what is more dangerous, carefully designed enforcement or permanent non-compliance? Because without enforcement, free riding grows, trust erodes, agreements weaken, and integration will stall. Sanctions are not the first step. They are the final safeguard, Mr. Speaker. Without a final safeguard, CARICOM becomes symbolic. And without enforcement, CARICOM becomes credible. Our final close, Mr. Speaker: this debate is not about punishing Antigua. It is not about crippling Trinidad. It is not about copying U.S. foreign policy. It is about whether regional commitments mean something. And rules without consequences are suggestions. We choose structure over illusion. We choose credibility over fear. We choose a CARICOM that works. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the third speaker from Five Islands. At this point in time, we invite Shermel Hodge, the third speaker from Global Campus, to bring forward the case for her team, Team Opposition.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Mr. Speaker, honorable members across the floor, esteemed colleagues and fellow debaters from across our great Caribbean region, I am Shamel Hodge from the UE Global Campus. The government of the day has come before you with a seductive idea that CARICOM should be given the power to impose economic sanctions on member states that fail to implement agreed regional policies. And yes, Mr. Speaker, they have even attempted to make economic coercion sound like regional viability. But Mr. Speaker, as the old adage puts it, all that glitters is not gold. So not every solution that shines bright will illuminate a path forward. Today, the opposition has offered you a different vision. Not a vision of chaos or non-accountability, but a vision that understands what CARICOM actually is, what our region actually faces, and why sanctions specifically are the wrong prescription for what ails us. Let me remind this House of what my colleagues have already established on this here bench. Our opposition leader made it unambiguously clear economic sanctions carry heavy, often devastating humanitarian tolls. They do not merely inconvenience governments, they deprive people, they drive migration, and they hollow out GDPs. The evidence from UN-sanctioned states is not theoretical. It is written in hunger statistics, in unemployment data, in the faces of the families who paid the price for their government's failures. And the government of the day wants to bring that same instrument into our Caribbean family. Our deputy opposition leader went further, grounding us in Caribbean's reality. Small island developing states are not delinquent economies by choice. They are economies routinely ambushed by natural disasters, haunted by high import bills, shackled by limited access to affordable energy, and structurally marginalized in a global economic order that was never designed with us in mind. The very constraints that make policy implementation difficult are the same constraints that the government wants to punish. Mr. Speaker, today I will bring it home. The government has told you that sanctions will create accountability mechanisms that CARICOM lacks. But, Mr. Speaker, this argument confuses compliance with coercion. It confuses behavioral change with behavioral fear.
Point of information.
Not at this time. And in political science and international relations, those are not the same thing. Research in the Foreign Policy Analysis Journal demonstrates that economic sanctions frequently produce defiance rather than compliance, particularly not at this time, contexts where governments face domestic political pressures to resist perceived external interference. Now apply that finding to the Caribbean, where the post-colonial sensitives around sovereignty, not at this time, are not abstract but visceral. Where leaders must answer to populations who have spent generations reclaiming self-determination. The government's mechanism, Mr. Speaker, risks producing exactly the opposite of what they promise. The proposition has yet to provide examples of actual sanction frameworks,
On a point of information.
not at this time, within regional frameworks that are relevant to our context. Their presentation thus far has just been glamorous language with no actual demonstration of what sanctioning frameworks should actually look like. Mr. Speaker, this is a fundamentally flawed in their approach, and for that I invite this House to reject this motion, not at this time. The European Union is an entity of comparable economic giants. It has a gross domestic product exceeding 17 trillion US dollars. Institutional enforcement structures, not at this time, a dedicated European Court of Justice with compulsory jurisdiction and decades of deep fiscal integration, including a shared currency. CARICOM's combined GDP, approximately 85 billion US dollars. Not at this time. Barbados is not Germany. Guyana, even with its oil boom, is not France. The structural asymmetry that makes sanction mechanisms imported from those contexts entirely inappropriate for us here in the Caribbean. The proposition has painted CARICOM as an institution paralyzed by inaction, as though it has delivered nothing and needs shock therapy by the way of economic sanctions to function. Mr. Speaker, our opposition leader already corrected this narrative, but allow me to reinforce it. CARICOM has given the Caribbean Court of Justice, SEDEMA, CDB, and of course our CSME framework and coordination mechanisms for health, security, and climate. These are not small achievements. These are the fruits of voluntary cooperation, of trust built slowly over decades. The government of the day would now like to set fire to that trust in the name of assumed accountability. That, Mr. Speaker, is what we oppose, not at this time. Mr. Speaker, Caribbean integration has always been a project of negotiation, of persuasion, of sitting around at a table as equals and finding common ground. That is its genius and its strength. The revised Treaty of Chaguaranas, which underpins CARICOM's legal, not at this time, does not provide economic sanctions as an enforcement mechanism. Article 6 of this treaty enshrines the principles of sovereign equality and non-interference. What the position is asking the House to endorse is not a modest policy adjustment. It is a fundamental reimagining of the compact that holds our region together.
On a point.
Not at this time. And here is the human truth behind the legal text. Trust in regional institutions is not guaranteed. It is earned slowly through demonstrated mutual respect. Research on Caribbean regionalism established that member state commitment to integration is directly correlated with the perception of equitable treatment. The moment CARICOM is perceived as a mechanism through which larger or more economically powerful states can penalize smaller ones, that commitment begins to erode trust. Ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, what does Belize think when it sits across from Jamaica? What does St. Kitts and Nevis consider when it sits across from Trinidad and Tobago? Wielding influence in a sanctioning body?
The power differentials witin CARICOM are real. Sanctions do not erase those differentials. They weaponize them. Sanctions do not build solidarity, Mr. Speaker. They build resentment. And resentment is the cancer that kills regional bodies. We have seen it happen. We cannot allow it to happen here. My deputy opposition colleague has raised capacity constraints, and I want to drive this argument to its logical conclusion because the government has been remarkably silent on this point. The World Bank 2022 classifies 13 of CARICOM's 15 full member states as small island developing states or low-lying coastal territories. These territories face structural implementation gaps. The difference matters enormously. When Dominica commits to a CARICOM agricultural policy and then suffers from Hurricane Maria and loses 266% of its GDP.
Right. Okay. That is time. Thank you very much. Can you give her a round of applause? That was Shermel Hodge. At this point in time, we would like to invite the reply speaker from Team Opposition Global Campus to conclude this debate for that side of the House.
Mr. Speaker, it would appear as though there are pure dreamers on the government side. It's not all unicorn and rainbows here in the Caribbean, so let us get back to reality. The opposition firmly believes that accountability breeds responsibility. Yes, we must be held accountable for our actions. However, Mr. Speaker, back on planet Earth, we know that many member states does not have the capacity to implement all of the policies that were agreed upon. Take Haiti, for instance. They have a long-standing internal political and administration challenges. Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines are all limited by their institutional capacity and they lack resources. Again, Mr. Speaker, they just can't make it. Instead of we trying to push further them down into poverty, let us move away from the crab in a bucket mentality. We have proven that economic sanctions is not the way to go. History has shown us that it is not the way to go. Yes, one size shoe cannot fit all. Mr. Speaker, let us build our region. Let us help those who cannot help themselves. Let us foster capacity building, provide technical support, and incentives. Mr. Speaker, the opposition rests.
And finally, to conclude this debate, we invite the reply speaker from Team 5 Islands.
Mr. Speaker, this debate is not about whether CARICOM should merely exist. What the opposition presented here today is nothing but fear-mongering and rhetoric. It's about whether it should actually function. From opening to close, the proposition has proven one central claim. Integration without enforcement is economically irrational and politically unsustainable. Now, I want to look at the point about Haiti. Now, Haiti is a part of CARICOM. Yet, when the United States decided to ask us to accept a few deportees, we are not accepting members from Haiti. You talk about Trinidad and Tobago. Now let us look at the reality. It's not just about oil now. Antigua and Barbuda alone, we import just about $28 million in goods per year. Jamaica, just about 227 million. And this is statistics according to the United Nations Comtrade database. By the way, I notice you come up here and you say studies say this. Studies, who are these studies there? From who? Studies from who? All right? I don't know. I'm asking. Now, let us make something clear. How did that radar in the United States ambition for Venezuela, operate within our region. We decided collectively we wanted to remain a region of peace. But rogue nations broke away from the bond, no consequence. 227 million, 28 million, think about the collective. The possibility of a sanction, of a consequence, may deter that. We cannot just tell people what they stand to gain. We have to let them see also what they stand to lose, the fundamental principle in the science of persuasion. We're using sanctions for deterrence. And I want to make something fundamentally clear. The opposition is debating the motion that we did not set. Under our definition, sanctions are proportionate. And the last resort, the argument does not engage on our case. The opposition is importing imagery from comprehensive international embargoes imposed by great powers on fragile states. We're arguing two different things here, man. But anyway, I told them earlier to get some capacity today, right? Now, the opposition attacks glamorous language. You know, as I tell you, a lot of emotionally charged language you come to use here. Talk about hunger, statistics. They argue that our evidence is just rhetoric, judges. This, I tell you, is misleading. We cited implementation deficit of inter-Caribbean trade below 20% and warning from CARICOM leaders. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. We would have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that CARICOM cannot continue to exist like this. We need to have those mechanisms in place to ensure that our member states sign the policies, not just sign them, but implement them. And I want to make it clear, we said it will be a graduated approach. Policy signing, we provide assistance. You talk about vulnerable states. We did say that. We said we'd provide assistance. We said we'd have dialogue. We'd have mechanisms to ensure funding is provided. We did say so. You can't rebut now. You had your time. I tell you, we'll give you some capacity today. We said so, that it would be a graduated approach. We gave it to you in our definition. We said that it would look first. We even gave you what failure to implement means. It means you sign the policy, you get the time. Thank you, judges. I rest my case.
And thank you very much for concluding this debate. Can we give both teams a lovely round of applause? The judges have some discussions to do, and we will make our way to another space and do just that.
Okay, thank you once again to Team Five Islands and to Team Global Campus for that riveting debate. I think in the spirit of the inter-campus debates, I'll just invite both teams just to greet each other for such an excellent debate. We'll then just ask both teams to go over to that side and take a picture together. Please and thank you. Well, ladies and deliberating, but I would like to say thank you to everybody that has come and been a part of this debate so far. I think both matches were very interesting, and one thing that we need to note is that by doing this debate, we're keeping the culture going forward. We're seeing UE return to its normalcy. The UE Games is upcoming, and this debate is just something that continues to prove the strengthening of the region between all campuses. And with Five Island now being included, this being their first time participating in the competition, it's only getting stronger and stronger. So I just want to give you a round of applause for that. So we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll hear who will be joining Team MAPS in the finals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We just witnessed a contentious match between two wonderful teams. Proposition, we have 5 islands, and in opposition, we had Global Campus. So, how did this debate shape out? Again, the motion, this House would allow CARICOM to impose economic sanctions on member states that fail to implement agreed regional policies. So what did we get from the team? Well, from Prop's case, we got an interesting setup from the debate. We heard that integration absolutely needs enforcement because there are countries within the CARICOM bloc that comply with these particular rules and stipulations from CARICOM, and there are some that do not. And what that mechanizes into is that there are some countries that get all the benefits from the things that CARICOM provides and some that don't. And we heard that that's particularly bad. We heard that that is bad, especially coming out later on in the debate, because what ends up happening is that people realize, the countries realize, this isn't a fair trade. And when it doesn't become, when they realize it's not a fair trade, we get some sort of ambivalence towards CARICOM. We get some sort of disengagement from CARICOM, and that is particularly a bad thing. We hear as well that sanctions protects the integrity of the CARICOM single market economy, and that's something that's really interesting and really important. And lastly, coming out of Jake Taylor, we heard this really interesting preemption to the idea that this will not destroy sovereignty. In fact, in as much as you are a voluntary signatory to this treaty, you have already used your sovereignty to be a member of this particular thing. And in fact, your sovereignty is enhanced in as much as you now have all of the powers and wonderful things that come from being a part of a unilateral bloc. Now, we hear instead from team opposition, they deny it. Team opposition tells us that one, economic sanctions are evil. They gave us a litany of examples of how economic sanctions have been used across the entire world to bad outcomes. They tell us about America and Cuba and how that has crippled the Cuban economy. They tell us about America and Venezuela. They tell us about Russia. They tell us about all of these individual countries that have used economic sanctions to create really bad outcomes, and that's just something that we absolutely don't want to engage with any at all in CARICOM. Now, herein lies a question within the debate. At this point in time, the judges were left wondering, is there a meaningful distinction between the kinds of sanctions that are imposed by a country who wants a particular outcome and, for example, a multilateral organization such as CARICOM who wants a particular outcome? At this point in the debate, the judges were unsure if there's a meaningful distinction between them. See, as judges, as individuals who are well-read and reasonably educated, as individuals who have the capacity to vote and consume enough information to make a rational choice when you're voting, the judges thought so. But we didn't want to just credit that just as it is. It was necessarily important for team opposition to defend their case and point out the fact that these kinds of economic sanctions that team opposition is talking about are not the kind of economic sanctions that CARICOM is going to impose. We think that came in the debate from your third speaker, of course, Mr. Cedric Pork. It came from you, Cedric, but at that point in time, we had two problems. One, it's a little bit late in the debate to let what the judges think is kind of just like a fundamental misunderstanding of the kind of sanctions we're talking about. It's a little bit late in the debate for that to be answered. And while we appreciate, Cedric, how you went about it, the judges thought at the very least, it was a discussion amongst the judges, we thought at the very least that there was some more mechanization that needed to happen to prove that these kind of sanctions are different. So let's go back up to the top. We're now at the point in time where the first speaker from Global Campus, Marissa, tells us sanctions are evil. The judges are on the fence as to whether or not we're buying it, right? But something interesting happened. Even if the judges didn't necessarily buy the idea that the sanctions that we're talking about are the same as the CARICOM sanctions, the arguments that were coming out from your bench still had relevance. See, in as much as these are sanctions regardless, you're going to probably have some sort of resistance amongst the countries. And we hear that this is particularly bad. This especially came out from Ricardo. See, Ricardo tells us that, well, when we impose impose these sanctions, it actually makes things particularly worse in these particular countries. And that's in the context, Ricardo tells us, of sometimes these countries aren't doing what they should be doing, not because they're rogue countries, not because they're bad countries, not because they don't care about what CARICOM is saying, but because they don't have the capacity to do it. They simply can't afford to do it, right? That's what Ricardo tells us. Now, to answer that question, team opposition comes to us and they tell us, well, if you look at our model, you realize that we actually treat with this kind of situation. We got a little bit of that coming out from the second speaker, Michelle, and we got a little bit of that coming out from Cedric. See, they tell us that the policy that we've described in our opening speech actually treats to that to some extent, because what we're going to be doing is helping them. So it's not immediately, oh, you have not met what it is that we want you to meet, bam, is a sanction placed on you. It is instead, let's have a conversation. Come to the table. What is the issue? Okay, I understand the issue. How can I help you solve this issue? And you provide the aid to solve this issue. And it is only at that point in time when there is still resistance to the sanctions, not because of an inability, but an unwillingness, that it then becomes necessary for the sanctions to be applied. We think that was a meaningful rebuttal in the debate, and it definitely answered a lot of questions that lied in the minds of the judges. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there was a lot that happened in the debate, and in the interest of time, there are things that I'm not going to mention, but were still credited and weighed outside with the judges. You see how long we were out there. But for the purpose of the call, the judges have come to a conclusion, and it is a unanimous one. The team that will win this match and face off against Mona in the grand finals tomorrow is the team from the University of the West Indies, and that is Team Proposition 5 Islands. Congratulations, Team 5 Islands. The best debater comes to us from the winning team, and that is the third speaker, Cedric. Can we give Global Campus a round of applause? Excellent, excellent match. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it in the grand finals. Mona, Association of Postgraduate Students, and 5 Island Association of Postgraduate Students. Playing off in the third place match, we have Global and, of course, Cave Hill. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all of our debaters. And with that feedback, I'll take my leave.
Okay, thank you so much. And that concludes the first day, but we still have to discuss important matters at hand, which will be the information regarding tomorrow. So we must decide the mood for both matches tomorrow. And I think Calicia will be telling us the mood for the matches for tomorrow. So she's a director, I believe, a programs manager at the Jamaica Association of Debating and Empowerment. So, and she's also the Guild PCC.
The motion for the third place match reads, this House would introduce compulsory civic education and political literacy certification as a prerequisite for voting in national elections. And the motion for the finals reads, This House would support foreign military intervention to remove a sitting head of state, whether or not international legal mechanisms have failed. We're going to proceed with the coin toss. You guys don't have to worry about noting the motion. Martin is going to send the document to you guys as soon as we decide who's going for and against. So we're just going to kindly ask the teams that will be playing in the third place match, or a representative from the team rather, ideally the team captains, to come to the front as we proceed with the coin toss to decide the positions for tomorrow's match. So that's the captain from Cave Hill and the captain from Global Campus. So as per the precedent established in the earlier preliminary matches, whoever wins the coin toss will be allowed to pick their stance, i.e. are you proposing, are you opposing? And we're going to have the coin toss done by our chief adjudicator, Mr. Ravon Thomas Matthews. Okay. So for the third place match, the motion reads, this House would introduce compulsory civic education and political literacy certification as a prerequisite for voting in national elections. This House would introduce compulsory civic education and political literacy certification as a prerequisite for voting in national elections. Heads. Pardon, which? So Global Campus won the coin toss and they've decided that they will be opposing on the motion. Can we now have the team captains for the teams that will be facing off in the prestigious grand finals of the 2026 staging? Yeah, it's going to be red. This House would support foreign military intervention to remove a sitting head of state, whether or not international legal mechanisms have failed. This House would support foreign military intervention to remove a sitting head of state, whether or not international legal mechanisms have failed. It's currently 4:33. You guys have until 4:35.
Can we do 4:34? Because we don't know how far.
The coaches can factor into the discussion if you'd like.
No, that is not fair. You have to communicate it so that everyone can make an informed decision based on the same circumstances. You ask for the facts.
That's what they do. So we're giving everybody the same.
What did you say? What?
Five Islands has decided to oppose. And once again, the motion reads, this House would support foreign military intervention to remove a sitting head of state, whether or not international legal mechanisms have failed. Mona will be proposing, Five Islands will be opposing. Again, you guys can look out for the document from Martin Neal. All the best in your matches tomorrow.
Okay, so that concludes today's intercampus postgraduate debates. This is day one. If you're just joining us, just to recap, in the first match we had the Cave Hill Association of Postgraduate Students play the Mona Association for Postgraduate Students. The Mona Association for Postgraduate Students would have won that debate and moved on to the finals. And in the second match, we had the Five Island Campus Association of Postgraduate Students play the Global Association of Postgraduate Students, and the Five Islands Campus would have won that. Meaning, for the third place playoffs, we have the Global Association of Postgraduate Students, the Global Campus Association of Postgraduate Students, versus the K-Ville Association of Postgraduate Students, going for the third place playoff. And in the final, we have the Mona Association of Postgraduate Students versus the Five Island Campus Association of Postgraduate Students. We'll begin at 9 a.m. promptly. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Have a good evening.